obviously we had some technical problems yesterday, and so I was looking into trying to fix those technical problems, and it has successfully deleted a load of files that were on my computer. Just got rid of them. I must have done it when I was cleaning up the computer, doing some sort of like, cleanup test. And yes, it has kind of royally screwed me over, to be honest. So now I lost my background images, which is why it's looking a bit weird. I haven't got my little balcony thing that I love. So I'm having to see if I can try and find that right now. And I can't find it right now. So I feel naked, to be honest. I feel like I'm sat here naked right now. Thankfully, I found the background image again very easily, but there's other little elements that I just can't find at the moment. So if I seem distracted as I'm like desperately trying to find bits and bobs, it will be because of that. I can't even remember really what it looked like, to be honest. I'm looking at all these pictures of flipping stone balconies, and I can't even quite remember the exact look of it. So that's my life. That's a glimpse into my life right now. I'm just looking at PNG files of balconies. Right, you don't want to hear about that, though. Maybe you do. Maybe you do. But we're going to have a look at a preview for NXT. I don't even have that background. It just got rid of them all. My library's gone. Oh, my God. I haven't even got my library. What is a man without his library, eh? Flipping nothing. Nothing. I don't know how that happened, mate, honestly. There was 10,000 files in my downloads folder because I'm really rubbish at staying organised, and they're all gone. And I don't even know what's gone. All them memories gone. Poof. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, it's one of those where I would imagine for the next few weeks, months, whatever, I'm just going to keep finding the things that I really needed have now gone. This is what happens when something goes wrong with a computer and you try to fix it. You almost certainly create new problems. New issues arise, right? I mean, the only thing I can hope is that it's fixed the computer. I mean, there was like some drivers that needed updating and, like a few downloads and, junk folders being emptied out and whatnot. I mean, there didn't seem to be anything like, oh, yeah, we found this virus or anything. But I've just run loads of tests, cleaned a load of stuff up, and now it's screwed me over in a different way. So, Chelsea Green and Ethan Page are gonna hold a Mardi Gras, but that's not that, is it? A My Grande Championship celebration after winning the AAA mixed tag team titles. Okay, so yes, they did win those. I mean, that'll be fun. Those two are fun. That'll be fun. I'm here for I need some fun, so that's great. Javon is going to take on Saquon Shugars. Love that. Big fan of Saquon, actually. Really good talker. In-ring seems to be okay. Nothing that special. Certainly not Javon, but Javon against Saquon one-on-one could be interesting. Women's Speed Tournament begins. I can't even remember who's in that, so that'll be interesting. And the NXT Women's Champion Tatum Paxley teams with Izzi Dame and Lola Vice to take on Fatal Influence. So there we go. Should be okay. Don't think it's like a mind-blowing looking show, but it should be fine. Yeah, we know that NXT's been good in 2025. There's no reason to think different today. And, once we can find our lovely stone marble thing, then, we can really start cooking. Daze 2026 said there's no John Cena, so if we go into Mania, post-Mania, WWE still sucks, then will we be heavily going in on the company more than this year? You gave them benefit of the doubt with Cena. I don't think I can be accused of giving them benefit of the doubt. I think I've been very vocal with how rubbish creative have been. So I don't sometimes I feel like your comments suggest that I'm like secretly trying to, hype them up or something, like I'm secretly on the payroll or something like this. It's like, I think I've been really critical of the creative in 2025. I don't think I've pulled many punches on that. I've not been dilly-dallying with my comments saying things like, well, it was only John. It was, we tried something with John. It didn't work, and it's going to be better next year. Like, I think I've been pretty vocal about saying that the creative in 2025 has sucked. And, the reasons for it are that the big stories didn't work. And I believe that to be true. I believe they did try a John Cena heel run that didn't work. And I didn't think it would work in the first place. I think they did kind of set up the vision and it was mids. So I can see what they've tried to do. I mean, they've definitely, they've not just sat in a room and gone, don't know what we should do. I mean, it's not like they've been sat there and just completely clueless. I can see what they've come up with creatively. I can also see that didn't work. So what I would say is that next year, they are going to obviously need to find a new main story for SmackDown, because they're not going to have John Cena around to tell a story with. So they're going to need a different story. So they're going to try something else, of course, probably Cody related or title related. And if it works, brilliant. If it doesn't, then we will once again criticize it. But I don't think that it's a case of going in heavier, because I feel like we've been pretty vocal about how poor the creative has been anyway. Joe said, I go to the States next week for a couple of weeks. What would be my last Tuesday? This would be my last Tuesday. Well, have fun, buds. Have fun. I like going to America. I think it's a great place to visit. So I don't know if you've been before, but yeah, have a good time. Calvin said, Daze, seriously, why is Grayson still talking shiz about Theory? Are they going to feud now that Logan is joining the Vision? Well, if he is going to keep running his mouth off, then that would suggest, wouldn't it, that they are on a collision course and that they are going to be, running into each other. If he was to just leave it and move on, then, it would feel like we're just moving on. But I think that if he is still running his mouth, which I haven't seen, to be honest, but if you're telling me that he's done that today, then, I can believe you. Then I would say, yes, that does feel like that is something that we're going to revisit when Theory comes back. So, and we know that's not going to be long as well, because Theory is meant to be at Survivor Series. So I don't think we're going to be that far away from his return. So I know there's a lot of people really pushing for him to still be involved in a big way with Survivor Series and potentially even with the Vision. But yes, with Seth's injury and all of that kind of stuff, we are definitely having to go down some roads we didn't have plans to go down. James Gamer said, I have gotten this. I assume you've probably gotten this before. Okay. Would you say YouTube is a lazy route, or does it depend on how you do it? I'm wondering. Would you say YouTube is a lazy route? Flesh that out for me, bud. What do you mean? Would you say YouTube is a lazy route? A lazy route to what? What do you mean? I'm really interested in your comment, so just flesh that out a little bit for me. Is it a lazy route, or does it depend how you do it? I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean like a lazy job or something? Is that what we're saying? Is this like a lazy job compared to like being out in the real world? I mean, I'm in a really good position to answer this because I had a job in retail for 15 years, which I worked damn hard at, and was relatively successful with it as well. So I feel like I'm very well placed to compare the two. I can't speak for everyone's experience, but if you can just flesh that out for me so that I know specifically what, you know, because I don't want to have a big conversation about something and then it turns out I've not even answered your question, you know. Glockness says, if moi is we and grande is big, then it's we big. I don't speak Spanish, so don't laugh, said Glockness. That's what it translates as, we big. Perhaps they're having a we big celebration. A celebration for the both of them, or something, I don't know. I've never heard of it before. My brain was telling me it's Mardi Gras, and I'm like, it's not. I can see the words. It's not Mardi Gras. It's like, no, it's Mardi Gras. I'm like, no, it's not. It's definitely not Mardi Gras. Can you shut up? I'm trying to find a stone balcony. Big Time said, I've tagged you in a tweet, and it's really interesting. Okay. Let's have a look. Let's have a look and see. Let's have a look and see. I'm not signed into anything. Because when I cleaned my computer, it kicked me out. Oh my God. It wants a flipping passwords. What the flip? Oh my God. This is what happens, kids. This is what happens when you just try to solve a very simple problem. Flipping kicks you out of everything. And let's go there. Let's go there. We've texted you a code. Oh, okay, thank you. Let's try and get into there. Please bear with us. Here we go. Oh, yeah. I saw this on my phone, actually. So it's from Ridge Holland. Ridge Holland said, I never thought I would not be able to pay my mortgage. I feel like I've just been hung out to dry after getting injured at work for another company on behalf of WWE. Add that to my contract not being renewed, knowing that I wouldn't be able to wrestle for 7 months. This is brutal. They are taking care of the surgery and the physical therapy, but let's be honest, that's the bare minimum after what we sacrifice for the company. The possibility of having to have my neck fused too. Talk about getting totally effed. Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it, that one? It's a real difficult one because his contract has not been renewed. I think that from a PR point of view, it would be right of WWE to look after Luke Menzies, to look after Ridge Holland, and to, you know, make sure that whilst he's out, but TKO, I just don't think are going to think along those lines, are they? I mean, TKO, you've got a contract with someone that has come to an end and they've chosen to not renew it. The problem for him is he's injured, so he can't get another job. And so he's not bringing money in. And he can't bring money in because he's injured. So I really I get his point. I get where he's coming from. And I do feel like there is a duty of care there from WWE to give him, even if it was just like some money, a lump sum, just to help him get through. You know, even if it's not his full wage that he was receiving, like, you know, like sick pay can be, I don't know how it works in America, but like sick pay can be like a very basic rate of pay. It might not be your full salary. It might be like a reduced number. It depends how it works. It depends what country you're in. There's all these different rules. It's very hard, isn't it? Because I don't know the employment rules in America. I mean, I've got to think they're absolutely within their right to do what they've done, which is, we don't want to renew. We're going to let you go. And that's our right, right? And so we've done that. The catch here is he's injured. So he can't now go and get another job because of the injury that he suffered whilst working for WWE. I mean, honestly, if he was to take this to court, what would that achieve? Would he get anything? Could he, you know, had an accident at work kind of a situation? You know, would that result in him getting any kind of money? Would WWE settle out of court or something? Could he get money that way? I mean, these are definitely roads that he does not want to be going down. You know, he would just like to be kind of looked after. I think the problem, though, is that if you do this for him, that then sets a precedent, which means that if anyone else gets injured and then their contract expires, they can go, well, hang on, you did it for him, so why are you not doing it for me? So you then set a precedent, which then means this is something that you kind of need to honour on a regular basis if ever this happens. So, you know, it is a bit tricky because if you do it once, you're kind of committing to do it all the time because you've set the precedent then. You can argue a change in policy, whatever, but I don't know how all of that stands up in court. So, yeah, it's really unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate. It'll be very, very interesting to see how this gets resolved. Me personally, it feels like we should do something to support him. I don't know that that means pay him a full wage for another year. Maybe it does. I believe that he took a fairly big pay decrease when he went down to NXT, so I don't think we're talking like that much money, actually. It's not like we're talking millions. I think he went down to like 100-something thousand from 300-odd thousand. So, I mean, to TKO, that really is not anything, is it? They own UFC. They own WWE. They own the bull riding. 100,000 to them is really not a problem. Not when they're buying companies for billions. So, I mean, it does feel like we should do something, to be honest. So, I'll be very interested to see kind of what comes of that. 9.Holiday said, I'm hoping that when Theory does return, it's going to be a re-image with a new entrance and attire. His current theme just isn't big enough. It sounds AI generated. Is that the A-Town Down? Is it that thing? I've never liked that. Yeah, I agree with you. Something big, something impressive, something that's really going to grab attention. I agree with you. I would like to see... I would like to see us really get behind him. I know we did that and tried to push him, but even then it just felt like elements weren't quite right. I was not a big fan of the A-Town Down. And, you know, him being a heel as well, I don't think he's a brilliant heel. I don't think he's a great heel. I would make him a babyface and see how he does as a babyface. He strikes me as just like a bit of a nice guy. I mean, he doesn't strike me as like this nasty heel, natural heel. So I would make him babyface. I would give him a big sounding entrance theme that sounds like someone significant has arrived. I would have a look at his ring gear and make it really sharp, you know, like just black with like a little logo on it maybe, or a little flash of color or something where it just looks really like, yeah, that's classy. That looks really good. I mean, he's got the physique. I would send him to Natalya and TJ for a bit as well. Send him to the Performance Center. Get him to really work with people to just kind of, I don't know, is there something in the structuring of his matches? Maybe send him to X-Pac so that they can sit down and watch some of his matches and just see, like, okay, you're delivering things that are like 3.25, 3.5. How do we get you to a 4 out of 10 consistently? You know, how do we get Austin Theory to have matches where you lot are trying to decide, was that high-end good or low-end great? That was, you know, how do we get him to that Sami Zayn level? How do we get him to that Ilya Dragunov level? How do we get him to that level where, you know, he's working at a good pace, he's really got the crowd invested, we've got these close pinfalls? Just, you know, name the great Austin Theory singles matches. Like, it's going to be hard. He was able to do some really good stuff, though, when he first arrived. And I still think that you could get some really good stuff out of him. I'm not done with Austin Theory. I'm not off the hype train for Theory. I really believe in Theory. I still think there's something there. Something worth, you know, giving a go at. I think he's got a great look. And I think that he's got a personality. He was really fun in the way. But he doesn't strike me as this like natural heel, you know. So yeah, I am still on board, and I'm really looking forward to his return. James said, wouldn't that have something to do with the contract? Like when you're injured and the contract expires that we don't owe you money. If you sign that, then I don't think he can do anything, but I'm not 100%. Well, I'm not sure that that term would be in there, to be honest. I'm not sure if that's something that would be covered in the contract. I mean, I think it would just be that if your contract expires, you know, that our relationship ends regardless, right? So his contract has expired. There is no contract. He has no agreement now with WWE. So just naturally, there's nothing that needs to be honoured because he's not under contract. I mean, there's no agreement between them. There's no contract there, right? So I'm not sure that it would be in the contract. But Andrade can't wrestle for 12 months because he got fired by WWE. So his non-compete is 12 months. That was in the contract. And interestingly, a lot of people are saying that would not stand up in court. It's not a case that if it's in the contract, it's like 100% legal, because there's some things you could put in a contract that's so preposterous that common sense would overrule it. So, for example, that Andrade can't wrestle for 12 months because he got fired by WWE. David Otunga, who's been a lawyer, has actually come out and said that will get thrown out. If that goes to court, they'll say, no, you can't do that, even though it's in the contract. Because it's just preposterous. It's just lewd. You can't deny someone working for 12 months just because it was in the contract. Even if they've signed it, the court will overrule it. So not everything that's in a contract and signed is like absolutely set in stone. So I don't know. I mean, hopefully it doesn't go to those kind of lengths. It would be really interesting if he did take it to court to see kind of what would happen there. And to see what a court would say, and to see if there was going to need to be any kind of, you know, I mean, WWE are paying for his medical care still. They are paying for his recovery. So, I mean, WWE can be like, well, listen, we've got this covered. We've agreed to do that. The problem he's got is that, well, he can't work, can he? He can't work. It's all well and good having his medical expenses dealt with, but that doesn't help him pay his mortgage. So it is a real interesting one. I don't know that it's one we've really encountered before. I don't know what WWE will do about it. It's just not worth the bad press, really. Not for the, you know, $100,000 that it's going to cost them to just go, here's a year's wage, you know. The bigger deal, though, as I said, is you can do that, but then you are setting the precedent, which then means that other people are going to come along and are going to, you know, want the same if the same happens to them. So you are setting that precedent. Maybe that's where it starts to get expensive. 9 Holiday said, I would give him a boxing type entrance, smoke and lasers, something visual that really grabs attention, very Triple H like. Add in like a big time orchestra and I would be sold. I can see what you're saying there, my friend. I can pick up what you're putting down. Anything big, grand, orchestra sounds quite good. I always think like running, rumble. I always think you need some at the start that's like gets you straight away. You know, like with Roman, it's there's like this kind of a drum that's and then it goes in. With Stone Cold, it was the with the Rockets, if you smell. He had that at the beginning. I feel like you need something at the beginning so that when it's like, oh, who's coming out now? You've got a noise or a phrase, catchphrase, or something that plays that lets you know immediately it's Theory. And then you go into your big theme, you know. So one of the things I always judge when it comes to new music is what's the opening, what's the initial opening, and you know, would that work in a rumble? Would that work as a run-in? You know, there's one theme at the moment which I think is Lash Legends, which is absolutely atrocious, absolutely fails on that test. And then, like, the actual theme that comes in is so slow. I mean, I think it's a theme that sort of fits her character. I think she's probably quite happy with it. But, oh, God, no. We might even hear it tonight. It's not ticking many boxes, that one, for me. So, yeah, Theory, I'm with you, but it'd be good to kind of invest in, like, the presentation, in the music, and... To be honest, I don't know that I'm particularly looking for him to come back and go after Grayson, but if he did that, at least he would be babyface. So that would be good. I do think the Vision would have worked really well, though. Bring him back, heel for a little bit, and then ultimately, of course, the Vision would have bullied him, which would have resulted in him turning and then being the babyface. So you would have got to him being a babyface eventually, but, you know... Bring him back as a heel, turn him babyface down the road, bring him back as a babyface. I just see him as a babyface. I really would just have him as a babyface. Have I found... Is that what I want? Is that what I want? I found some sort of balcony. Oh. Save as not respond. I'm still having little wobbles. Got to tell you, man, there's still the odd little wobble that's happening here. I wonder if there's like a bit of a hardware issue that I've got. I wonder if there's a bit of a hardware issue. Not happy. That is in WWE resources. Did it save? Bear with, yes it did, but it doesn't look quite right. The search might continue. Right, Daryl said, opening day for Guzman and Gomez in my area. It's a burrito bowl for $5. I had it for breakfast, most likely lunch and dinner. Let's hope for a great NXT. Big fan of the start of Lesnar's entrance, said Daryl. Oh, yeah, Lesnar's music's goated. Brilliant. G Doggy Dog said, give Theory like an Ultimate Warrior type jam with long hair, arm tassels, and face paint. Let's go. Well, he's not using it anymore, so maybe we should give it over to Austin Theory instead. Boom. I feel like that would fix. I feel like fixing themes. Bring back Jim Johnston or CFO $. Those themes were a masterpiece, said James. Yeah, I think the thing with that is obviously Jim Johnston's really getting on in age. I really think we need to find the next Jim Johnston. Jim Johnston is amazing and we love him and he's awesome and he's a GOAT and he should go in the Hall of Fame. But he is someone that is now 73 years old. I don't know that going back to a 73-year-old is what we necessarily need. What we need is the next Jim Johnston. And I think it's right that we try and find that person or that group. You know, I think CFO $sign did some great work. I think they did some really good stuff. We don't need Jim Johnston so much. We just need someone that can do the kind of work Jim Johnston was doing. Maybe, obviously, a bit more advanced. Jim Johnston's themes were quite basic, but they obviously worked. But obviously now with all the digital capabilities, you know, you can make them sound a lot bigger soundscapes and a lot more instrumentation, and you know you can kind of do more. I don't think that would necessarily take away from what made those old themes so, you know, amazing. But I think you have to modernize as well. So I think Jim Johnston type person-esque is what we're looking for. Jim Johnston, as we said, 73. I think that's not the person I would be going back to, but yes, that is the kind of person that we need to find. You know, Def Rebel are just not it. But CFO $sign did some really good work. I'm not sure as to why we parted ways with those guys. I'm not sure what the issue was. Rent-Free said, don't we think WWE has gone as far as they can with Jay? They have given him a world title and it flopped. He might turn heel, but I'm not sure it's going to push him to the next level, says Rent-Free. Well, I think what you've got there is you've got someone that is WWE for life, right? If he stays with WWE, it might be as a tag guy. But I think that it is worth just seeing what we can get out of Jay as a single star because, you know, he's got the entrance, he's got the yeeting. I mean, it feels like we're probably not that many pieces away from this being something really, you know, special. I think he's already a really good mid-carder. You know, Jay being involved, you know, you could do Jay versus Dominic for the Intercontinental Championship. I don't think anyone would be, you know, kind of surprised at that. You could have had Jay answer like an open challenge if Gunther was, you know, US champ rather than Sammy. Oh, well, you could add Jay answer Sammy's. Imagine that. Jay answering Sammy's, and then you do Sammy versus Jay for the Intercontinental, or what was it? US title, sorry. So, you know, mid-card wise, no problem. I don't feel like that's a problem at all. Top of the card world champion, he's around, isn't he? You know, he's in the mix. He gets big crowd reactions. The yeeting thing's over. The hand gesture thing's over. The merch sales are really good. Like, there's definitely something there. I don't know that you necessarily go, right, no, that's it, back to a tag team. Because they're selling so much merch. And there's so much engagement. And I'd imagine the Google search is good. And he's really over with the kids. There is something there with Jay. The problem is, the bell rings, and then he's got to do a match. And as a single star, that is the problem. And I don't know why that is consistently a problem for Jay. I don't know if it's cardio. I don't know if he gasses out. I don't know if he just forgets spots or what it is. I mean, that match with Punk was sloppy. It was not good. There's even people like, I think, was it Maven, that have come out and said he might have been slowing that match down on purpose. He might have been doing it on purpose because he knew he was going to lose. And, you know, some guys' egos just can't get out the way. I don't think it's that. I mean, listen, Maven's been around those egos, so maybe he knows. But I'm looking at Jay as someone that the company has really got behind when they didn't have to. Giving him a world title when they didn't have to. He was a tag team guy. And now, you know, he's still around world titles, getting opportunities. Like, is Jay really the kind of person that's going to throw a strop because he's not winning that title when he's going up against CM Punk? I don't know. I mean, maybe he is, but I don't think so. I don't believe he is. I don't believe that's what's happened. To be honest, I think the truth is that he was probably just having a bad night. Just not having a good night. And, you know, there's the net breaker spot, which has kind of really done the rounds, which is where CM Punk grabs Jay's neck, turns it round, and then you drop down. But the thing is that as he rotates Jay around, Jay then continues to rotate so that when he goes down, it's all off and messy and looks wrong. And you can see the frustration from Punk. I mean, it really feels like Punk is like, what is going on here? Like, how have you messed that spot up, right? So he kind of kicks him in the head, picks him back up and redoes it again. They do the spot immediately. That's how you know it got botched, because they went for it straight after again. I mean, you don't do the same move normally a couple of times in a row like that. Maybe you might do your finisher or a German suplex or something. But, you know, he went for this, botched it on the first one, kicked him in the head, like seemingly like really angry, picks him back up and right, well, doing that again, does it again, bang, hits it again, right? This time better. There's another one doing the rounds where Jay came off the ropes and he does that flopping onto the shoulders of CM Punk, and then Punk gets up to hit the GTS, right? Bang. He's done that a few times. And like they showed you Seth doing it, and he comes off the ropes and he's out and he flops over and it looks really good. And then they showed you Jay doing it, in the match the other day, and he goes against the ropes, and he sort of hangs onto the rope, and then, like, kind of lets go and, like, flops on, and it just looks so much more messier. Like, it's such an easy thing to do, go against the ropes, you're out, right? You've just been GTS, but you haven't gone down. It's that spot. So you've just been GTS'd, and you're out on your feet. You go against the ropes, and you flop onto the shoulders, right? Simple. I could do that. You could do that. We could all do that. And then they played Jay doing it, where he goes against the ropes and he holds on, and he's sort of like kind of messily. I don't know. I mean, like, maybe in his mind he's like, oh, I can put a bit of extra flair on this. Maybe in his mind he's like, no, we can do something a little different here. Maybe he was just trying something different, but it just really didn't look good. Maybe he just got it wrong as to what spot they were doing with the net breaker, but it's these little bits dotted throughout the match that just make the match look sloppy and just make the match look like, oh, there's a bit of a botch there. Miscommunication there. What was that? And honestly, the match just felt that way. I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why this is happening. It'd be fascinating to sit down with Jay and just be like, what happened with the net breaker spot? What happened with the spot where you get GTS'd and you come off the ropes? You know, kind of pull out some of these examples in the performance, not me or you, the performance center, and just go, okay, tell me what was happening here, and tell me what was happening here, and how is that? This is what it should look. That's what you did. So what's the situation here like? Where's he struggling? Why is it that these matches are not, you know, he's so fast paced. I don't remember Uso spots being messed up. I remember their matches being really quick and like really good tag team work, and you know, the kick, bang, going over, splash against the ropes, clothesline, scream out to the crowd. Like, I remember the Usos matches being fast-paced, dynamic, exciting. And then you look at just like what's happening in the singles match with Jay on his own, and you're like, something's not right. Something's not right, and I don't know what it is. And I feel like someone needs to sit down with him, and I'm sure they have. And they need to figure out what it is. I mean, is it that he was gassed? I mean, you know, when you're low of energy and you've got no cardio and you're like just trying to get air in your body, right? Is it that? I mean, if you're like just trying to get like, and you're focused on that, just trying to get through, you know, you're not thinking about the finer points of moves, are you? You're just trying to catch my breath, like, you know. Jesus, this match is intense, man. I'm so used to tagging out and only doing half the work. I'm not used to like carrying a full match. I mean, maybe it's that. Maybe the guy gets gassed and he's so focused on just trying to get through that all the finesse just goes out the window. Don't know. I mean, if it is that, then we can't find a way of improving that, and his matches are going to be like this as a result, then yeah, his push will come to an end. He might still be a single star, but he'll just be in the mix, you know? He'll be a Miz. He'll be in, like, you know, the mid card. If we need someone for a team, we can always turn to Jay. He can still challenge for titles, but whether he would win world titles, you know, he'd be like, you know, used in the tank. There's just, it's so easy to replace people. But I think they are really trying to make this work, because if it does work and it does click, I think they are seeing a good upside, actually. I think Jay is very, very marketable. Very, very marketable. And I don't think they want to let that go. So they are trying whatever they can at the moment to make this work. And I would hope that he is also trying everything he can to make this work. He knows the criticism. I mean, he put that post out, didn't he? He knows the fans are criticizing him. It's just, you know, can he do something about it? Can he do something about it? Can he find a way of fixing whatever these little problems are? Nine Dot Holiday, shout out to you. Said, I would take Jay and I would use his can't make a quality star match as a story. Have him go to NXT as a grizzled vet trying to find himself and maybe build himself to the top with a different feel. Love that. I love that. I think I'd be careful, though, in making it so that it seems like it's hard, isn't it? Because you don't want to make it seem like he is a rubbish wrestler. But you want to make it seem like there is something that's not working for him. Yeah. What if it was a bit of a story, and I'm just throwing it out there, just building on what 9.Holiday said. What if it was a bit of a story about cardio conditioning, and he's like, man, I was right there with Punk, but I just found that the gas was emptying. I've managed to figure out what is holding me back, and it is my conditioning. And I am working so hard to change that. And if I can fix that, I assure you, I can deliver the performances that are needed and the results that are needed. So rather than saying he's a bad wrestler that can't have a great match, actually identify the problem and tell the crowd, I'm falling short in performance and results, and it's because of this. And if I can fix this, the performance and the results will be sorted, and we're off. And then what you can do is hopefully have him looking good early in the match, right? Make Michael Cole and whatever say, this is the Jay we want to see. But can he do this over 20-odd minutes? And then, of course, 10 minutes in, he's flagging, yeah? And then you've got Michael going, this is not a good sign. He's struggling. This is exactly what Jay was saying. He has been working on it, but it looks like this match has just took too much out of him. It has been quite fast-paced. Jay struggles. You can see he's struggling. You can see his performance dips. He loses the match. That's exactly what he said, isn't it? That's exactly what he said. He was looking good, dynamic at the start, and then it sputtered. And it's like, right, that's the problem. So then Jay wrestles again. And every time you go into a Jay match then, you're looking, going, okay, is it better now? Has he fixed it? And it won't get fixed straight away. It might be 10 minutes. Next time it's like 12 minutes. And, it's another 12 minutes. And then it's 15 minutes. And it's, it's getting better. It's getting better. And show him doing the work. Show him training. Show him doing the conditioning. Showing, doing the cardio work to improve all of that. Yeah, I think that's a great idea, 9.X. I think it's brilliant. I'm right with you. I'm 100% with you. Because it's based on real life. The only problem is if that's not the issue. If the issue is that he's just a bad wrestler, and that's the issue, that's going to be a lot harder, isn't it? Because the thing with cardio is that that's just one thing that you can focus on and try and improve. If you're a bad wrestler, that's a lot of things you need to improve. You need to, improve certain moves, and you need to improve your understanding of wrestling. That's going to be a lot harder to communicate. Plus also, if you say you're a bad wrestler, is that a label that you want to be slapped on you? A bad wrestler. It's one thing to say you've got bad cardio conditioning and you're trying to work on that and improve that. To have the label of being a bad wrestler that's the bit where it's like, oh, don't know that Jay wants that label. That's going to be a hard label to get rid of, right? I think it would be better to go with the cardio label, but I really like that. Take the issues that we can see, turn it into a story. How you go about executing that, I think, would need chucking around a room with a few people kind of sharing their thoughts, and obviously Triple H making the final call. But maybe there is a way forward with that. Yeah, appreciate the donation, but I think that's really interesting. I like that. Edward said, when did everyone here start putting on 5-star matches? We're talking about that man like y'all are 20-year-old vets. I bet each of you would gas out halfway walk into the ring. I think, I'm not a fan of that argument, because I think that it's a cop-out. You hear this a lot when, I've heard Bubba Ray say it. Like, who is anyone to criticize a wrestler that hasn't been in the ring? You know, that's kind of what you're saying. Like, if you've not had a 5-star match, how can you criticize him for not having a 5-star match? I think that's a really weak argument, because we watch wrestling, we consume wrestling, we're encouraged to do so by WWE. And of course, as a result, you can understand what a 5-star match or a 4.5-star match or a 4-star match looks like in comparison to a 2-star match or a 1-star match. I mean, you don't have to get into the ring to be able to identify the good from the bads. You can do that by watching the matches. So I think it's a bit of a weak argument to say, like, you know, you lot couldn't do it, so why are you expecting, like, him to do it? It's like, well, because he's a wrestler and other wrestlers can do it, so that's the standard. There's no point holding me to that standard because I'm not trying to do it, right? But you can hold him to that standard because he is trying to do it. He is trying to be a world champion, and there are other world champions that meet that standard. So I always find that a pretty weak argument, and you hear it a lot, actually. You hear it a lot from, like, footballers when, like, YouTubers are criticizing players. They're like, listen, if they've never played in the Premier League, then I'm not interested in what they've got to say. And it's like, well, I'm not sure how you can say that, because we can identify good players from bad players, and we can identify people that have had good days and bad days, and we can identify weaknesses in teams, you know, and where people have kind of, you know, underperformed. You can do that from home, and you know, not everyone's opinion and whatever is going to be accurate and is going to be you know, as thought through as maybe some of you here are with wrestling. But I think that to say fans, to turn around to fans and say, you know, you can't have opinions is pretty wild. You know, I don't think that's a road WWE really want to go down, because you know, how could you not have opinions? Everyone has opinions on films that they see, or music that they listen to, or TV shows that they watch, or sports teams that they follow. Blow me now. How many opinions do you reckon guys share in sports bars about what they watch on the TV screens, you know? So the idea that you can't do that because you've never done it, just always, I find it to be a very, very weak argument, honestly. It's not about criticizing Jay to the point where it's like we want him out or anything, but it is about what's missing, what does he need, and how do we fix it. I actually think this is probably a more constructive conversation than I think you would find elsewhere, because I'm not saying everywhere else, but I'm saying there are definitely channels out there that will say Jay is shiz, he shouldn't be in the position that he's in. He's a waste of time. Someone else deserves that spot. He's an embarrassment, and it's embarrassing that WWE have got him in this position, right? And that he is part of the reason as to why 2025 has underdelivered. That's not what I'm saying, but that is what I have seen on certain X accounts. I've not seen it on YouTube, but I know I've, you know, watched YouTubers that have that kind of attitude when it comes to talking about the product. That isn't what we do. That's not what we've said. You know, what we've said here is, how can we help Jay? Let's not abandon it. What can we do to help him? And, you know, if it is that it's his match quality, then why is it his match quality? Is it because of cardio and conditioning? And if it is because of that, let's try and help him with that. And can that even be formed as part of a storyline? And could that be a way of him showing the fans improvements, which means that eventually we all get to where we want to get to? So I actually think the conversations we have here are more constructive than I think you will find many other places. So, no, I'm guessing that's a Jay fan, right? no fans of wrestlers should really be getting offended. I understand there's going to be times like where we say, I think Tiffany's shown us everything she can show us right now. It's probably wise for her to go learn a few other bits, tell some other stories, give someone else a run with the title. I could understand like Tiffany fans getting upset with that. It is how I feel. And I'm not saying that she should never get back to the title. I'm just saying I think we've seen everything she can do right now. I think it's in her benefit. And I think it's in our benefit. And I think it's in the other wrestlers' benefit that we kind of take that title from her at this point. And, you know, we can always go back and revisit. She's a world champ now, a former world champ. She will always be that. And, you know, if she goes away for a little bit, when she comes back, it's going to feel, you know, I don't know how long she's away for, but let's say she's away until the Rumble, right? I don't know that she is, but the reports are she's gone away for a little bit. So if she comes back at the Rumble, she's a big name. Tiffany Stratton's a big name. She had a fairly decent run. Maybe not the most exciting run, but it was a decent length. And she was presented as a big deal. And everyone knows flipping Tiffy time. So, I mean, yeah, all these runs are going to come to an end eventually. No one's champion forever. So you can't be a two-time champ if you don't lose it the first time. So yeah, I think we're always, not always, maybe there are occasions where we do get it wrong, the balance with, you know, the feedback, but we do definitely try to be the right side of respectful, or at least I try to, because well, genuinely, I want the best for the company. I want the best for the wrestlers. I mean, I love WWE, and I've loved it since the early 90s. So this isn't a we hate WWE channel, far from it. This is very much we love WWE and we want it to work. But if we can identify things that aren't working, we're not going to be shy about talking about what they are and what we think we need to do to improve them. So yeah, I think it's good to kind of clarify that for anyone that's maybe new, that's around, that's maybe doesn't join us on a regular basis or has not joined us on a regular basis. Like, we're not looking to like particularly into people, but we won't shy away from focusing on what would make them better, you know. Big Time said the thing. Oh, it's gone. Hannah said, Daze, how long would we say it takes for someone to be main event level like Austin or Cena? It's puzzling to see an S-tier star Triple H will make. I thought it would have been Theory. Well, I think it differs, honestly. I mean, it differs because people differ. So, you know, we've all got strengths and weaknesses. I mean, I think there's a standard that you need to reach. How quickly someone gets to that standard just depends on how quickly they get to that standard. I mean, I think you need to be, if you're going to be an S-tier main event star, you've got to be good on the microphone. You can't be mid. I mean, like, unless you've got a manager that does the talking for you, like, say, Brock, that, you know, talking is really important, you know, because you're selling the fight, you're promoting yourself, you're running down your opponent. Either you or your manager, somewhere in that presentation, you've got to have a promo, right? And then you've got the match quality, right? Match quality is important because, and certainly in this day and age, because back in the day, in the 70s and the 80s, maybe a bit in the 90s, wrestling was very protected. Kayfabe. People were kind of unsure as to whether it was real or not. I think most people knew that it wasn't, but there was always this doubt. And the kids, I don't think, knew. I didn't know when I was young that it was scripted. So, like, for me, I thought it was real, right? And I did for a good few years. I never really had conversations about it. I never spoke about it because I never doubted it. I mean, you would think that one of the first things you would do would be like, is this real? But I didn't have any reason to think it wasn't. Why would I think it wasn't real? I mean, I've never questioned that about boxing. I've never questioned that about, you know, other things. I've never questioned that about football. So why would I watch wrestling where they're clearly fighting and ask the question, is it real? I never questioned it. Never questioned it. I mean, it was only when people told me that, you know, it's not real, that you'd be like, what? And then, of course, and I'm young at that point. And like adults, I think that a lot of them kind of knew, but I think that it was very easy to suspend that because no one really knew. There wasn't really like evidence of it, It was just like, yeah, no, we know it's not real, yeah. But I mean, it's very easy to go in and just watch and, get lost in it. I think it was really easy then because, I mean, the business was so protected. Match quality didn't matter as much because it really was who's going to win. It was about who's going to win. There wasn't the internet. There wasn't the dirt sheets. I mean, there was an Observer, but, I mean, you had to subscribe to it. There wasn't all this information out there about this is going to happen. This is where we're going. This is. I mean, now we already know the Survivor Series teams. I'm pretty sure that, in a few months we'll get some rumors as to what WrestleMania is looking like at the moment. I mean, those vignettes of the walk-in, we found out like 24 hours, 48 hours before that it was to do with a WrestleMania promo. There's no secrets now in wrestling. So because we get told about stuff in advance as to where things are going, and it can even tell us who's winning certain matches. For example, we knew Dominic would win at Saturday night's main event because he's meant to be facing John at Survivor Series. We know who's winning this tournament. It's meant to be Gunther that's going to face John. So the problem is, if the matches now don't carry surprise as to who's winning, what are you watching for? You're watching for and to be entertained, the thrill of the match. Like, match quality now becomes more important. Wasn't as important back in the day. People could believe in what they were watching and it was not being ruined by the dirt sheets. Now you're told all the time that it's fake, it's scripted, it's predetermined. We get loads of leaks and information that comes out as to where things are going. So what is the point in watching? It's to be entertained, to watch the story unfold. But this is where you can't have two people in a headlock for ages or a bear hug for ages now. Because people will just tune out. I already know who wins. I ain't watching that. I ain't watching someone bear hug someone for 5 minutes when I know that CM Punk's winning this match anyway. So match quality, it is important. It's grown in importance as the internet has come on and changed the landscape of things. So you've got to have I'm not saying it has to be 5 stars all the time, but equally I don't think you can get away with it being 3 stars all the time anymore. I think you've got to have, it's okay to have a 3-star match, but your next one I hope is going to be 4. If you can be consistently around 4, I think that's fine. But, sometimes it might be a 3, sometimes it might be a 4, sometimes it might be a 2, but sometimes it might be a 4.5, right? You've got to be delivering some, good stuff. You can't be just always around 3. It's just constantly around 3. That was okay. Do you know what I mean? Gods. I feel like Damien is a bit like that. I find Damien's matches to not be that exciting. And I think that holds him back. He's got a great look. But I don't find his matches to be that great consistently. I just find them to be, And if that's an area I think he could improve in. So I think you've got to have the promos. You've got to have a degree of match quality that, because of its importance now. And you've got to have the presentation. I mean, you've got to have the look, the aura, the Titantron, the music. People have got to naturally look at you and go, who's that guy? We had this conversation actually not long ago about does size matter, and I said it does, and I still stand by it because it does. It's a lot easier. I'm not saying that if you're a smaller person that you can't wrestle. Of course you can. We can look at Rey Mysterio, We can look at wrestlers that aren't the biggest, right? But it certainly helps if you've got size, It certainly helps. If you have got a size to you, it's a lot easier. The path's going to be a lot easier for you because that airport test is a very real thing. The airport test is if you walk through the airport, just in normal clothes, carrying your bag, can you turn heads? If the answer to that is yes, then you've already got something special. If you can already walk through the airport with your bag and people are going to be like, oh man, did you see that guy? Like 6'5", 6'6". Do you know what I mean? Going to turn heads. You know, imagine The Undertaker in a long black jacket. Doesn't need the hat, but just Undertaker at the size he's at. Long black jacket and his tattoos with his bag. I mean, you would notice that guy at an airport, you know? You would notice Hogan at an airport. The airport test is... Because on TV, you forget these people are like 6'5", 6'6". It's hard to picture what that looks like, but it is taller than the average man. I think the average man's like 5'11", something like that. So someone that's 6'5", 6'6", is, you know, going to stand out. So being taller definitely helps. The airport test is a very real thing. And, you know, if you can then build presentation around that, then, you know, you can tick that box. Don't have to be that size, of course. Rey Mysterio ticks that box and he's nowhere near that size. But, you know, I do think it's harder. I do think it's more challenging. I think it's definitely a benefit to be taller. So, yes, I can't answer how long does it take. How quickly can you tick those boxes? How quickly can you tick the aura presentation box? How quickly can you improve your promo skills? How quickly can you deliver consistently great matches? Tick all of those. Connect with the audience. Get your merch sales. You know, do some work online. Work on your physique. Improve your movesets. I mean, honestly, I don't see how, if you've got the right attitude, you know, and you put in the work in, I don't see how you stop that person. I don't see how that person doesn't make it. And I think this might be the code that Logan has cracked, because Logan has got a good size to him, naturally. Great physique. He's worked on his presentation. He's got that humble song, which I think really fits him. He's cracked the ring gear. I mean, I think his ring gear, you immediately think yellow and black, don't you? I do. I think yellow and black. He's got a colour scheme. It stands out. It works for him. And, you know, it's not just black like a lot of the other wrestlers. The yellow and black works. He gets heat when he comes out. He's got a connection with the fans. They hate him. For whatever reason, right? The boos are deafening. It would be a lot worse if he came out to crickets. If he came out and there was no reaction whatsoever, no conversation around him, that would be the worst for Logan. But the fact he comes out and he generates such heat and people really do not want to see him succeed, I mean, that is worth its weight in gold, to be honest with you. It can be for the wrong reasons. We can say that it's all go-away heat, but the end result is still the same, where we don't want to see him be world champion. So if he's in a world championship match, you know, as long as people tune in to watch and hope he doesn't do it, he's doing his job. If people decide to not tune in because they just hate Logan, that's where Logan fails. But unfortunately, people aren't doing that. I'm not doing that. I am tuning in. I'm not, you know, people aren't going to the shows and just being quiet when he comes out. They're booing him out the building. Inadvertently, we are doing what WWE wants us to do with Logan. We're watching the shows, going to the shows, booing him out the building. That's everything they want. And we're doing it. So you have to say that on that front, regardless of the reason, it is working. He's got a good look. He's got the colour scheme. I think his entrance music's fine. I think his look, we would all say he was athletic, wouldn't we? Of course we would. Promo-wise, he's okay. I actually don't think he's that amazing. I think he's okay. I think it's something that I'm a little bit surprised at, that he doesn't have more killer lines in preparation. I do find sometimes he'll get in and he'll be like, you know, I'm a millionaire. I'm a self-made millionaire. You know, I'm one of the most followed celebrities in the world. Look at you. You're just a bum. Yeah. And he'll deliver a line like that. And then the person can come back with, you know, well, at least I'm not an embarrassment, yeah? Or you suck more than Prime does. Like, they'll come, and I do find Logan's on the receiving end of some kill shots sometimes where he looks... I feel like I've seen a lot of occasions where Logan will say a line, someone will say a line back, and the result is Logan, like, having to take it, you know? Okay. And to me, is not winning those promo battles, which is quite a surprise. You know, you would think that you'd be able to go in there and drop some lines that would really, you know, hurt the person in the ring. I mean, Cena cooked him. Cena absolutely cooked Logan. I don't know what went down there. I don't know if they were both meant to prepare stuff. You bring your best, I'll bring my best. But, I mean, Cena did his work. Cena spoke about how he looked at the top 20 influencers and Logan's name was not mentioned. At how Logan is here for his own benefit. And he's, you know, here to promote Prime. And he's not here for these people. I mean, Cena did his homework and just cooked him. And Logan just didn't have anything to come back with. This is why I say I'm surprised that Logan's promo game is not better, because naturally you would think that's the one thing he would succeed at. I mean, I don't expect his matches to be that great because he's not a wrestler, right? He hasn't been a wrestler. He's done high school stuff. But, you know, he's not been on the Indies or NXT. So that's the area I would think he would struggle at the most. Promos is the one I think he would do the best at because he's a bratty YouTuber that's very used to, like, you know, getting into online beef, you know? He's used to kind of having to respond to haters and go off on other YouTubers that are giving him grief, you know? He's had plenty of beef with other people, so you'd imagine his promo game to be better. But I don't know, I just find it to be okay, it's all right. I've seen worse. I've seen better. At this stage in his career, he's getting cooked a little, but maybe it'll click for him. I'd imagine it will. I'd imagine, like, you know, he'll work it out if no one helps him eventually. But, yeah, that area, I think there's definite room for growth. And the in-ring, I mean, this is where, you know, we've kind of are going to disagree. I see a lot of people praising his in-ring work, saying, listen, you can't deny how great he is. Listen, the guy can perform a match that is laid out for him. What I don't know, and what I don't think anyone knows, is if he was to work on a regular basis, what would his matches look like? It's too easy to say someone's a great wrestler when they're not really doing what a normal wrestler does. You know, what a normal wrestler does is wrestle on Raw week in, week out, live events, different opponents. A normal wrestler doesn't have months to prepare for their pay-per-view match like Logan does. You know, Logan's had like 8 matches this year. He'll be able to prepare for each one specifically in advance, work on a few new spots, have the luxury to do that as well because he's not at all the shows. So, you know, he can be working on stuff for Survivor Series right now. He's got 4 weeks. I mean, I'm sure he's thinking of ideas of like, okay, I'm going to jump off the top of the cage. What's not been done? What will look good as I stream it? You know, well, I'm going to go from the very top of the cage. I'll have the phone and I could do a crossbody, but I don't know. EO jumped off with a trash can ahead. What if I put a Prime bottle suit on and jump off and crossbody whilst wearing a Prime bottle suit? That'll promote Prime, and I can crossbody, and actually as I spin halfway, people will see it says Prime, and I can record it at the same time. He can work on this now. That's not a luxury that the other wrestlers enjoy when they're traveling every week and working Raw and doing other stories. And do you know what I mean? This is why when people say he's a great wrestler, you can't deny he's a great wrestler. I'm like, well, how about we judge that when he's, you know, working to the same standards as the other wrestlers? Because what I see is someone that gets preferential treatment. I think that makes it hard to know exactly where he is when it comes to actually being a wrestler. And I can't really judge that until I see him on a more regular basis. Do you know what sticks in my mind about Logan? I wasn't going to go into this, to be honest, but one thing sticks in my mind with Logan, and that's Ronda Rousey at WrestleMania. Because so many people praised Ronda for that WrestleMania 34 match. She's a natural. She's amazing. She's took to it like a duck to water. She's just got it. What a match. It was the best match at WrestleMania 34. Brilliant. Wasn't expecting something that good. The praise for Ronda was deafening. You might not remember that, but it was. And that was, I believe, the highest rated match from WrestleMania 34. Ronda and Kurt against Triple H and Stephanie. And that sticks in my mind because obviously there was a lot of praise for Ronda, and then there was also a lot of excitement when she came in because she had this reputation of being really good when she first came in, which is really hard to believe now. But the reason why she had that reputation is because she was in a very protected match where Triple H and Steph and Kurt was doing a lot of work that the average fan didn't appreciate. And they didn't appreciate the support that Ronda was being given. And so when Ronda then went out on her own to have matches, the real Ronda showed through. And we started to see what the real Ronda was like. And it was a bit of a wake-up call for people that she was not very good at professional wrestling, right? Or not as good as what people thought she had been. And so, you know, for me, I do find myself wondering, where is Logan on that journey? You know? Could you put him in there and he have a banging match with anyone on any given night? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that's true. He might be able to go in there and have an acceptable match. But I do think it's very dangerous when you hear all these people saying that he's really gifted and he's God's gift to wrestling and everything, because I really push back on that. I think WWE are masters of presentation, of promoting. I think this is what they do. They are masters of making you believe in what you're watching, right? And making you believe that what you're seeing is, you know, just, oh my God, amazing. What a guy. I mean, listen, you can hate on the guy, but you can't deny him as a wrestler. It's like, well, watch me. I can. Because I also watched Ronda Rousey deliver an amazing match at 34 and then get exposed for not being of that level. So I still have big question marks around Logan, which many other people don't, because I don't think they think about it along those lines. They just look at the matches and judge them accordingly, when I think that's a bit dangerous when he works such a reduced schedule. So match quality wise, hard to say, because what we do tend to see tends to be pretty good. But even with that reduced schedule, and even with the amount of prep time he gets, he's put in some stinkers this year. You can go on Cage Match and you can look back at our community scores. There's a good chunk of Logan matches that have under-delivered this year. There's some that have got good scores, like his one with John Cena, but there's other matches this year that really did just kind of like average scores, like really, you know. So I do push back whenever you hear this argument of, oh, no, he's an amazing wrestler. You can't be down on Logan as a wrestler. It's like, well, I can. So I think that when it comes to, like, you know, someone like Logan, who I've used as the example, I think there's definitely elements in wrestling that I'm not sure where he's at, right? He's definitely got some skills, very athletic. He's been in high pressure situations. He's delivered really good performances of matches that have been pre-planned. Whether he could do that on a regular basis against different people, don't know. Promo-wise, little surprised that he isn't able to deliver more kill shots. I don't know if that's just a prep thing or a nerves thing, or I don't know. I'm not sure. That's something that I think we'll need to improve as we, you know, time goes by. And presentation, though, I think is pretty good. I like his music. I like his ring gear. He's not someone that I'm looking to succeed. But if we're talking about, you know, how does he get to a world title, there's a couple of elements there that I think need to get tightened before he's ready as well. The thing is, because he's a heel and because everyone hates him, WWE can just pull the trigger even if some of that isn't quite in place, because they don't need him to be around every week. So, you know, as long as he can deliver an okay match at the pay-per-views. They don't need him at house shows. They don't need him on. So, I mean, match-wise, they could probably just run with what they've got right now. Promo-wise, well, I don't know if they script it, to be honest. I mean, maybe they could script it, and then that way he just goes out and delivers, like, you know, the script. His delivery is fine, but yeah, they've either not been giving him much in the way of like killer lines, or he's not been coming up with loads of killer lines. So, and you can point to the John Cena exchange where he got cooked most recently. Well, I didn't even think what he came out and said to CM Punk was that good the other day, like on Raw last night. So Cena as the example there, I would say, is you know, there's work that needs to be done still for him, for Logan. Logan's WrestleMania match with AJ was one that let me down, said Alex. I thought it was going to be much better. Yeah, there's a few, honestly, this year. There was a conversation I had with someone ages ago about Logan, and they were saying how he's never missed. And I was like, are you sure about that? Because this year he's missed quite a bit. And we kind of went down the cage match scores, which, again, I know, cage match. But, you know, for the pay-per-views, they get not bad feedback, couple of hundred responses, which is not bad, right? A couple of hundred gives you a good sample size. We've said before that once you get a couple of hundred votes, you don't see big swings in things at that point. Or usually you don't, because you've got enough of a sample size where you've got the Logan fans, but then you've got the Logan haters, and then you've got the people in the middle. So it gives you an idea. And so I don't really use cage match for Raw or SmackDown or NXT because you don't get enough votes. But I will have a look when it comes to a Saturday night's main event, certainly a WrestleMania. I mean, if we look at the WrestleMania one, we can just have a look and see what it came out as. In my mind, I think it was like a 5 something, wasn't it? Let's have a look. 4.4. So this is WrestleMania Sunday. Yeah, we all still have nightmares about it. So 5.8, 665 votes. This is what I'm saying. 600 odd votes it's not bad. The criticism for cage match is that it doesn't get enough feedback, but I actually think when it comes to the pay-per-views, it's okay. I mean, this match here, look, the Io Bianca Rhea's got over 1,200, and it even shows you what Wrestling Observer scored it. They gave it 5 stars for the Io Bianca Rhea. It is one of the matches of the year, of course. 9.27 from the cage match community, right? But if you go down to the Logan Paul one here, Logan AJ, 4.4 from 840 votes. Wrestling Observer gave it, I think, a very kind 3.5. I don't think it was that level personally. So Logan AJ, 4.4. Ugh. John Cody, 3.3, and Wrestling Observer scored it 1 3/4 stars, if you wanted to know. The main event, night 2 of WrestleMania. So the only reason I mention this is because there is this narrative, there is this idea that he doesn't miss. Say what you want about the guy, but when it comes in ring, mate, the guy's got it. Special, gifted, goated. It's like, well, I can present a slightly different narrative. I'm not saying that he's terrible. I'm not even saying that he can't do it, right? I think that he has took to it really well. I think what he has delivered, considering how long he's been in the industry, is very, very impressive. But to compare him to people that are going through NXT, and to make out that he's God's gift to wrestling and make out that he's something really special, I think that's really dangerous and actually disrespectful to a lot of the other wrestlers. I really think that you are being shown a highlight reel. What can you do, Logan? Okay, we'll put that there. We'll put that there. We'll put that there. The matches are structured around what he can do. And the new move that he wants, and the dive to the outside, so we get the social moment. The match is structured specifically for that. So, of course, people then go, "Wow, what a wrestler!" But it's like, okay, I don't think you know how this works, to be honest. But whatever. So there we go. There's a mini rant on Logan that I wasn't expecting to have. But I do want to just say for balance, it's undeniable that he's done really good stuff since he's come in as well. I mean, you can only do what you're asked to do. And by and large, he has put on a lot of really impressive performances, even if some of the matches this year have underwhelmed. You can only do what you can do, can't you? You know, if we was in his shoes, we can only have the matches that we're scheduled to have, and so his responsibility is to do them as good as he can. And I think people would say that there's been a lot of really good performances in there. So there we go. In the fairness of balance. Right. If WWE wanted, they could make Speed the new Logan. That tells you all you need to know about Logan's actual skills, says Trini. Well, I do agree with that. I mean, the one thing they can't do with Speed is obviously the size. You know, Logan is tall. He is jacked. He is very agile. Like, he can do a really good stand-in jump. I think wasn't the one where he ran to the ropes, jumped, spun in the air, bounced off the top rope and went into a moonsault. I mean, obviously he practiced the hell out of that spot, as you have to. And I think he also said he was never going to do that again, right? I think The Undertaker gave him some advice where he was like, amazing move, but a few seconds later it was forgotten about. Probably not true, because it probably did do the rounds on social media, but the truth still remains. Like, that does not make for a great match. It makes for a great moment. People will see that and then they'll say, what have you got for me now? So, you know, you do need to have those kind of nice moments dotted throughout matches. So if he's got that in his arsenal, it's not a bad thing to have. But don't just rely on, I'm going to do this move, that move, this move, that move. You know, the selling is just as important. The pacing of the match is just as important. So I will give him his flowers with his athleticism and his agility and his work rate and, you know, his desire to succeed. I mean, you can't flaw any of that. If Speed has got those things, I know he's very fast, actually, Speed, then I do agree with you. Then, you know, he could go in there and put on really good performances as well. It's just, will he push himself to the lengths that Logan has been pushing himself to as well? Because he is special in that regards. I do think that he's all in on this, you know. And actually, I did see someone, I think it was his podcast partner, saying that, you know, don't expect him to come back to boxing. He's all in on WWE now. Okay, we're up to speed with the super chats. William said, let's be honest, WWE can book anyone to be whatever they want. It's harder to book someone who knows how to wrestle. They rehearse matches, and the choreography is what makes the show, says William. It is true. At the end of the day, WWE can do what they want. And, you know, we are just the consumers. I think WWE is aware that there is a very large part of the community that don't want Logan as a world champion, don't want Logan to be in those positions. I think the trouble, the balance that they've got to try and find is that Logan has got a contract for a while. He seems very invested. He seems to want to make this work. WWE certainly want access to his followers, so they don't want to be upsetting Logan. It doesn't make sense to upset one of the biggest influencers in the world. So you've got to give him moments and big matches, and he's looking for more. He wants titles, but you can understand WWE being resistant and reluctant to kind of do that. And I mean, look, I mean, he's still, what, late 20s, is he? 30 even? I mean, this guy, if he wants, has got 15 years in the industry. You're not going to be able to kick that can down the road for 15 years. I mean, you're just not going to be able to. So there's going to come a point, and it's probably sooner than later, that he's going to get a World Heavyweight Championship. And I know that's going to happen. And I think we all know it's going to happen. And I think it just depends on how you view it, you know. It's difficult. You see, I still view wrestling through a lens that's probably not accurate. I still look at wrestling as being the Ultimate Warrior, Andre the Giant, Hulk Hogan. These were people that were larger than life. These were superheroes. These were people from another planet, you know? I couldn't imagine the Macho Man going to school, or Andre the Giant going to school, or a little Hulk Hogan. Do you know what I mean? I couldn't imagine them being kids growing up. I mean, these were just characters from a comic book fully formed. These were just gods. Just, I don't know how, they just, I know they were humans. I wasn't thinking they weren't, but they were the best of the best. They were the most outlandish. They were the craziest, the biggest, they were just larger than life characters, superheroes, brands in their own right, you know? I mean, Macho Man, Warrior, Hogan, Andre, even people like Earthquake, you know? People that maybe never even achieved being WWE champion. Bam Bam Bigelow, Doink the Clown. Could you imagine Doink as a kid? Could you imagine Kamala as a kid? I still view wrestling through that lens. When you've got a YouTuber that we have watched grow up, you know, I remember him like in the early days of his YouTube channel when, you know, he was, you know, gaining attention even then. I think he made his name on Vine, didn't he? And then he came over to YouTube. And I think, like, you know, he hit the ground running on YouTube. I mean, I remember him. I can still see what he looks like with the hair out here and the youngish face. I mean, go back 10 years, he was about 18. I don't need to try and picture what he looks like as a kid. I can see it. And I've seen the mistakes he's made in the real world. Of course, we all have. I've seen the content that he's associated himself with. He does not hit me the same way, of course, as a Hogan, an Andre, a Warrior, a Macho Man. I mean, he's a doofus. He's a doofus from YouTube that's now turning his hand to WWE because it's cool and he wants to do that. But I think there is a bit of a problem in the sense of we know too much about him. And, you know, we don't like what we know. And he's never going to hit the same as those legendary names from the past. Because we just have seen his journey and we know too much about him. That's maybe not just a Logan problem. That might just be a general, this is where wrestling is now problem, you know? That might just be a problem we've got just with modern wrestling in general. You know, those names we just mentioned that are larger than life. I mean, can we say that we've got those kind of people around in wrestling right now? And if the answer to that is largely no, maybe that is part of the problem. But that takes us onto a whole new conversation that we do not need to be getting into. Right, James said, to clarify my question, is YouTube lazy as a job, right? Or is it only lazy if you don't put the effort in? That's when it can be a lazy job. Hopefully that clears it up. Yes, it does, buds. Okay, YouTube is like anything in life. It is what you make it, right? So if you want to be lazy with YouTube, you absolutely can. I mean, there's people out there that upload once a month. And when they do uploads, I don't think the video has took them a month, right? Might have took them a day. And then they upload once a month. And you know, that's fine. I mean, you do whatever you want to do. I think though that YouTube can be viewed as lazy because I think there can be people out there that do put in a minimal amount of work. It might be because YouTube is not their main job. It could be because they've made it and, you know, they're really popular and they only need to upload once in a while because they'll get a couple of million views from that one video. And that's, you know, great. That's all they need. That you know, serves the purpose. And so that means they can then go off and enjoy their life. Just do a video once a week. That gets enough views to get them through to the next week where they can continue to enjoy their life and then upload the next video the next week. And so, yes, that happens. And also there's people that do YouTube on the side that have jobs, so they can't commit their time to YouTube. So the truth is YouTube is whatever you want YouTube to be. I mean, again, if I bring it to this channel, I don't think, listen, you can say many things about me, But the one thing that is just not going to land is that I'm lazy, right? And I think most people would kind of agree with that. I'm pretty lazy when it comes to, shaving. Like, I just get up and I come and, work. So, I don't really go and, shave every day or anything, right? I just let it grow to when it's like out of control, and then I'll shave it like I did, about a week ago. Pretty lazy when it comes to like changing my clothes. I just went out and bought a load of black t-shirts. Again, I'm not interested in these things. I'm not here for you to find me impressive, right? Or attractive, even though you all do find me attractive. That's just a happy coincidence. Like, we're here to talk about wrestling. So it doesn't really matter if my beard's a bit out of control and if I just only ever wear black t-shirts. I just want to get up and I just want to work, right? So, I mean, we stream pretty much every day. In like 9 years, coming up 10 years, we've done 7,000 videos, which I think I worked out is 2-point-something videos every single day. That doesn't even take into account the second channel. It doesn't take into account the clips channel. It doesn't take into account the wrestling escape pods. And it also doesn't take into account that a lot of those 7,000 videos on this channel are live streams that run for hours and hours and hours. That's not 7,000 videos that run for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Within that, there are epic WrestleMania streams, epic 12-hour Olympic streams. I mean, I can't remember. Someone went back ages ago and actually totted up, like, if you was to watch every video on this channel, how long it would take you. And it was a bonkers number. It was a bonkers number. I think we had got to like the hundreds of days worth of content. If you wanted to watch all the old live streams, absolutely everything. It's just, it's at a point where I don't think you can now. I don't think you could if you really wanted to and you didn't have anything else going on, but you'd have to dedicate like hundreds of days of your life to watching 24/7 everything we'd put out. So, I'm not even the most extreme example. I bet there's people out there even more extreme than me. But, putting in the work, you have to do that, or I believe that you have to do that. And so for me, I think that working smarter instead of harder is something I have always struggled with. That's a criticism of me. It's not in my best interest to do 2 hours before every stream talking. That's not in my interest, is it? I mean, my voice gets shattered. But I do it because that's the whole point why we do this. I love talking about wrestling. I love exploring thoughts and theories and hearing what you lot have got to say and hearing what your theories are, chucking them around, having conversations. Like, I genuinely love doing that. So for me, like the 2 hours we do before Raw, NXT, SmackDown, they're like some of my favorite times, But like, I could be definitely off doing other things. I could probably use this time to work on other videos, honestly. So yeah, it is what you make it. It depends how engaged you are. It depends how smart you are. There's other people out there doing less, getting better the results than what I get. So, but then equally, you got to do what makes you happy as well. Like, I enjoy talking with you guys. So that's something that I enjoy. So, why sacrifice that if I don't have to work on other things? I mean, I am getting to the point where if I want to do toy hunts and I want to do other content, I probably am going to need to have some things change if I am going to do those other things. But that just shows how much you can put into YouTube, I wear this every day because I don't have to think about what I'm wearing, and I don't shave all the time because I don't have time to do it. I don't go out of a weekend because I'm streaming and I'm working and I'm doing stuff. And it's like, I mean, you can pretty much do 12 hours a day, every day. And I don't think anyone would label that as lazy. You can do 15 hours, 16 hours, right? Whether that's constructive or not, I'm not sure, because I think you can find yourself like, struggling if you do that on a regular basis. It's hard. But do you know what? The real world is hard. And I had a real job where I worked in retail and I worked damn hard at that as well. So I think it's unfair to say that if you work on YouTube, you're lazy. I don't think that's accurate, because I think it is what you make it. I think it is what you put into it. And I don't think I could really put much more in than what I put in. So having done a real job and having done this, I can tell you that certainly this is not something that anyone should be like, oh my God, yeah, you work so hard. I don't need that. I don't look for that. I'm not after anyone's praise. I don't need it, right? I don't want it. Let's just do what we do. But I would push back if anyone was to call me lazy. Comparing what I do now to when I worked in retail, I know the amount of hours that I dedicate to both. There's way more important work. And I am very, very fortunate in that I can get up, just come downstairs and turn it on, right? Turn on the computer and off we go. Like, there are major benefits to this compared to having to get up, get in a car, drive to work. I mean, I've done that life. So, this is different. There's a lot more people that work from home now since the pandemic. It's not for everyone. It can get lonely. So there are pros and cons. But I'm very fortunate. I'm very grateful. I really enjoy what I do. I do not take it for granted. That is why I put the work in that I put the work in, because I am very grateful for it. So I wouldn't want it to come across as like I don't acknowledge that. I very much do. But I would push back if anyone was like, oh, you're just a lazy YouTuber, because no, that's not right. That's not true. I'm not a lazy YouTuber. Not when you put in the hours and do the work that gets done, so. But equally, I don't need praise or anything like, oh my God, you work so hard. No, there's other people out there that work harder, and the real world is hard as well. If you get up and you go to work, you get in your car, you get to work, you're there for flipping hours and hours and hours, you get back, it's dark, you got to have foods, by the time you've done that, it's time for bed, going again. I mean, you're working hard. Yeah, you're putting in a shift as well. And respect to you. I've lived that life as well, and I know what that is like. So, yeah, it's not unfair that YouTubers get labeled as lazy or seen as lazy, but the honest truth is, it is whatever you put in. If you put a lot in, you'll get a lot out. Hopefully. Danny said, are you single or married? I'm single. Yeah. I can't imagine YouTube life, strange relationships. Yeah, no, I'm single. I've been single for years and years. I was in a relationship, but sadly that ended, many years ago. And not because of YouTube, actually. It was just, there was a lot of moving going on. There was a lot of opportunities. She had an opportunity in London. And, there was a lot going on. There was just a lot going on. It ended like amicably and everything. It was all fine. She's a great person. Still got all the time in the world for her. She's still got all the time in the world for me, and it's all great. But that relationship ended years and years and before the pandemic. So, and then since then, I've just tried to make the most of this, really. And you're right. I think it is hard. I think trying to find that balance is hard. I just don't even know how I would do it. I don't know how I would do this and give the time to this that I give to this, and give the time that you would have to give to a partner. That's where you'd have to work smarter, and that's where you'd have to restructure things, So yeah, it's a challenge. If anyone's thinking of getting into YouTube, you've got to know that you are going to be, competing against people that are putting in all the hours they can. I mean, if there's breaking news, for example, there are going to be so many people that have got videos out like that. Do you know what I mean? Any breaking news, like, someone sadly passes away, or WWE, signs someone new. The second that news drops, there's videos on YouTube. So if you're even just 5-10 minutes late to that, like, you are going to be behind the curve. If you're starting out, it's going to be hard for you to kind of get your video seen, because you'll get buried under Wrestle Talk, Cultaholic, maybe even me. if I'm, on my game, which I very rarely am, to be honest. Normally, by the time I see news, it's at least an hour old. That's how good I am. It's normally at least an hour old. But to be honest, I don't really go in for that. I'm not really trying to race to get news out or anything. I mean, Unseen tends to go out, doesn't it, around the same time-ish each day. And I just tend to chuck a load of stuff into that. I did used to do the whole breaking news thing. And to be honest, if I'm around when the news comes through and it is big news, I will still do it now. But I'm not living the life where I've constantly having to, check my phone to see if anything new come through. Has anything new come through? That's not a good life, is it? That's not a good life. I can't imagine that being. I mean, how would that even work? What if you was out at a restaurant with your partner and then something massive happened? I mean, what, do you have to run home? Or do you have to do a video in the street? I don't even know how that works, to be honest. A lot of other channels have got multiple people as well. That's something else you'd be competing against if you was thinking of starting. It's all well and good going, no, I've decided I want to be a YouTuber. I'm going to work so hard. I'm going to give everything. Well, that's great. But you are going up against Wrestle Talk and Cultaholic that have got about 5 people. That means that when someone's asleep, someone's awake. And they can just run 24 hours a day. It can mean that they can all work on a different video each week. So they've got great videos across the 5 days, And then if they do a live stream or something, they can all come together like the Avengers. And, that's obviously really compelling, isn't it? Because they're great people with great personalities. This is no knock of them, by the way. I'm just using them as an example. Because you got What Culture, Cultaholic, Wrestle Talk, and they're groups of people. So even if you was thinking of getting into YouTube and just you've got to remember or think that you are also going to be competing against groups of people that can do a hell of a lot more than you can do on your own. So yeah, it's hard. It's it's a lot to negotiate, navigate through. Joe said, "I'll praise you, and you will like it. And the mic is better today." Well, that's good. About the mic. Yeah, Joe, thank you. I really, I'm only answering that because the question was asked. That's not a subject that I've brought up, right? But if we are going to have a conversation around laziness on YouTube, then, I think it's worth just digging into that conversation like we would any other conversation. In regards to the mic being better, that's good. I did really go through and clean up my computer. And I've got nearly 200 gig free on my storage. Uploaded dated drivers. I did the little thing that Jay told me to do as well. So I did all these little bits and bobs, ran diagnostics tests that all came back as okay. So I don't know what the issue was. The only thing I can hope is that it's been resolved. And yeah, good. My bigger problem, though, is that I've lost about 10,000 files, which I didn't even know I was losing. So all my backgrounds and everything, this has had to be re-downloaded. Literally just moments before the member stream I had to re-download this. And I still don't have my balcony. So I don't even know what else is missing. My library is missing. Have I got these backgrounds? I've got that background. Have I got... Oh, no. I don't have my opinions background. And I don't even have that saved. Oh, no. Okay, I've got that. The background I tend to use on my second channel, that kind of purpley, bedroom with posts. It's not anything special, but it's gone. It's gone. It was in my downloads folder and all of that has been deleted. And spoiler, that was actually AI generated. So I will never be able to get that exact one back now. Not that I need it. I'll just generate a new one. But, oh my God. Ah! I don't even know what I don't have now. I don't even know what's gone. There's another little insight for you when it comes to being a flipping YouTuber. If your computer crashes or you have some sort of problem like that and you try and fix it, it will almost certainly lead to more problems. It will almost certainly lead to other issues. So, Brilliant. Daze, can you check your recently deleted items? Well, my recycle bin is empty. I don't know if there is... Is there somewhere else you can go? When I did my computer cleanup, to be honest with you, I went through all the options and it said, do you want to get rid of... There was nothing that said it was getting rid of gigabytes of stuff, right? It was all like, do you want to get rid of like 500 meg of unused files? I was like, 500 meg? Yeah, that's fine. If we don't use it, it's fine. But I don't know at what point it got rid of 10,000 files, which definitely would have been gigs. Like 50 gig, probably. 60 gig has like definitely been deleted. So I don't know how important that stuff is. What I know is I can stream. And the genius thing that I did was anything I needed for a stream, I moved it to a separate hard drive, which is why all of this is still here. Because most of this is living on a separate hard drive that did not get affected by my cleanup, right? But obviously there's the odd thing you download, like a background, that you sort of forget to move, right? And that's what's happened. So the little bits that I forgot to move, they're gone. So thankfully, by and large, most of the stream is fine. But there is just the odd thing that's gone. Anyway. Right, let's see. Days. Do we see WWE do we think WC... I can't even talk. Do you think WWE just see Cody as a corporate figure? He just welcomes the crowds, has phenomenal matches. He doesn't need creative in the eyes of WWE. I don't think they see that, because that doesn't really make sense. I mean, Triple H came out, didn't he? I don't know if you saw Unseen, and he was saying we're all about stories. You know, we're sitting down, we're looking at people's character arcs, story arcs, you know, and we're trying to figure out what... And to be honest, your main belts, your main champions, they're the ones that need the most focus. So I think... I can't speak for them, but I don't think they're of the mindset of, oh, just throw him out, it's fine. As long as they see him, it'll be fine. Because, I mean, I could tell you, you could tell you, everyone could tell you, that's going to get stale real quick. And actually, I saw a backstage thing, right? After Cody had won at WrestleMania 40, there was a backstage video where he went backstage all emotional, and Triple H grabbed him, and he's like, you've got the ball now. Right, you've got the ball, but don't worry, right? We've got you. We're gonna run the plays, like we're gonna set the fields and everything. We're you know, it's gonna be bigger, it's gonna be better. It's your ball though, yeah. You've got the ball, and what Triple H was saying is, listen, you're the man. We've got you. We've got you back. Yeah, it's gonna be good. We're gonna make this work. It was the kind of thing that you would want to hear from your boss after you've just won the big one, right? I mean, that's lovely, isn't it? Imagine you're in that situation where you've just won the belt, you go back, Triple H is emotional, you're emotional, he grabs your shoulders, he's like, listen, we've got you, yeah? We've got you. This is your time now. Like, we're going to do some good stuff here. So, thinking back to that conversation, which could have just been for the camera, but I think there was probably some truth to it. I think there was some genuine emotion with Cody doing it because of Dusty and the Dusty connection, right? And I think Cody's just a nice guy, and I think they wanted it to work for him. And he had to go away to come back to get to where he got and blah, blah, blah. So, you know, judging off that conversation, judging off what Triple H said in his comments about planning for WrestleMania and storyline arcs and all that kind of stuff, I don't think that's what they're doing. I think the truth is they're bad at creative, right, at the moment. Or even if they're not bad, they've had a bad run. I don't think it helped Cody going away to do that film. I think it meant that Drew had to do, you know, other things whilst he was away when we could have been, you know, building up some feuds. I think they have tried to tell a story at the moment. I think there is a story going on right now, which is a... Right, that's good. This is not important, but I use a separate computer for my little reaction clips because it'll be too much strain on my PC. And so I've had to set my background up over there separately, which means my little balcony, my stone balcony, is on that computer. So I just have to get the graphic off that onto a USB stick into there. We're back, baby. I've still lost my backgrounds, but we're back. We've got the. How long we got? 4 minutes. I'm not going to mess around with it now, but I will sort that after this stream. We're back, baby. So anyway, let's put a bow on that conversation. I just think they're rubbish at creative. I don't think it helped that he went off to do a film. They're doing a little story at the moment of, is he going to turn heel? Is he heel? Isn't he heel? Drew's going to be upset about it. Cody's going to say, what are you on about? You know, I didn't even know the title was there. Blah, 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 blah. That's the current story they're trying to tell. But I will hope for better next year than what they've done with Cody this year and for most of last year. James said, imagine Hogan in nursery. I know, this is my point. I can't. In my mind, I'm picturing a little kid with a moustache and a bandana. Let me tell you something, brother. You drink your milk and you poop your diaper. Then what? Then when he gets put into timeout, well, that doesn't work for me, teacher. I know. Just there doing all this. Turning. Let's go. Saying his prayers in the corner, eating his vitamins. Let's go. Big Time said, the thing I don't get is why do WWE send Ridge to TNA to risk potential injury, knowing ahead of time that his deal wasn't getting renewed? He hasn't been on NXT TV since February. No, but he's been used in Evolve, hasn't he? And because he's been on the main roster, he's got a little bit of notoriety. So he's someone they're not really using, who has been on the main roster, been a brawling brute. When he comes out, he's going to be probably known as a result. They're not using him. I don't know that you can necessarily say risk injury, because every time a wrestler wrestles, they risk injury. You can't really think that way, can you? It's not like, oh, his contract's coming up, let's not use him because he might get injured. Like, I don't think you can really think along those lines. So I think we've been using him in Evolve. I think they wanted someone to go to TNA. He was available because he wasn't in their plans. He's been on the main roster. He's got a bit of notoriety as a result. And the decision was made to go with him, and that was the direction they went. It's not... it's just an unfortunate thing, isn't it? I mean, it's not really anyone's fault. I don't think it was a bad decision to send him or anything. I can understand as to why you would make that call, but obviously they didn't want this to happen. No one wanted it to happen. It's just unfortunate it has happened, and really now it's about how do you deal with it. So I think for me, I just go back to what I said at the start, and that is, if you pay for him, you then potentially have to cover the wages for anyone else in that position going forward, because you set the precedent. And if you go to court, you can easily say, I'm in the same position as Ridge Holland was, Luke Menzies, and they covered his expenses and they paid him a year's wage. So why am I being discriminated against? Because this feels like discrimination if you're not treating me the same. And that is a consideration WWE, I think, will have to consider. So I don't know where that goes. I don't know if something comes of it or something doesn't come of it. But no one wants to see anyone struggle like that. You know? No one wants to see them people not be able to pay their mortgages. I think there's going to be... I'd hope there's going to be sympathy for his situation. I think anyone... I don't know. I mean, you know what the internet's like. There might be some out there going, nah, screw him for what he did to Big E or something like this. Like, I hope there's not that. Because, I mean, he certainly did not mean to do that or intend to do that. I mean, that's not something he wanted to do, was it? I'd imagine that's the most horrific moment of his life. that moment with Big E. So, you know, put in those kind of stupid comments aside that I'm sure you would find on the internet. I think no one wants to see someone struggling to, you know, pay their mortgage or whatever. So I kind of hope that we do give him something, even if it's not a full year wage. Adam said Nakamura makes sense to be in that last time is now tournament. Cena hasn't beaten Shin. Is undefeated against Cena. I remember Shin defeating Cena on a SmackDown in 2017, says Adam. Adam, thank you. What are all these red shirts? We've got loud NXT chants. Guys, I'm so pleased I found my balcony. What are these red shirts? They are that shirt. It's a new Chelsea shirt. Someone in the background. I think that was Thea Hale with a bin, wasn't it? Thea Hale with a bin in the background. Okay, so I just saw a load of red shirts in the crowds, and it looks like those red shirts are new Chelsea green Ethan Page shirts. Well, we're opening the show with Tatum. Okay, are we going straight into this match, are we? I mean, Tatum, the women's champ, is here. Izzi looks at that championship. Tatum with Izzi. Women's champion Tatum, Paxley, and Izzi Dame. Yeah, we are going straight into this match. I thought we might get a promo first. Tatum, Izzi, and is it Lola? Okay, we're gonna see the Fatal Influence entrance, which I don't think I've seen since we lost Jasmine. Okay, here we go. Here's Lola making her way down. Danny said, how come you don't invest in a powerful PC so you don't get further issues? This one is powerful. This one costs $2,000, which, trust me, I mean, I don't know if that's, you know, good compared to the cutting edge computers, but that's blooming. The first PC I bought was like, I think it was 600. I bought a second one that was like 800, a bit more powerful. And then, you know, it got to the point where it was like, okay, I feel like I need something that's got a bit more power to it. And this one was $2,000. It's one of the biggest amounts of money I've ever spent on anything in my life. So I don't think there's like like, you know, I mean, listen, you get computer issues, technical problems, they happen, right? It's just about getting them sorted. So I don't think we're needing a new PC. Okay, we're watching the Fatal Influence entrance. That's what I'm doing. I'm dialed in right now. Here is Fallon. Okay, like that jacket over the thing. Okay, this is where she would normally do that and that. Is that what you bring him? That's what you bring him. Interesting how she hasn't gone round the other side like Jasmine used to. Did she get the wrong sides? She came in at the back and then she walked over. Okay, she's going to do that. She's going to lean on her. No. No. All wrong. All wrong. What is this? No. She went round the back, and I don't even know what she did on the edge of the ring. Jasmine used to have that come here, go away, which was awesome. I don't know what Lainey did. She just sort of was on one knee, sort of doing something like this. Then she gets in and then walks over the other side. Why did she do that? Why didn't she just go round and come through that side? And then, granted, Jasmine would just stand there, but now Lainey's like leaning on. Oh, no. Thankfully, the music still bangs, but we have not replaced Jasmine's emote her entrance pose with anything impressive. That's disappointing, that is. NXT is ruined. Cancel the show, baby. We're done. It's over. Unbelievable. Right. There was Thea Hale in the background with a trash can. It was really hard to see her during the open. Daze, Baby Hogan teaming with Baby Macho Man, the Mega Infants. Oh, very good. Very good. The Mega Infants. Here we go. Thea Hale lurking in the background with that trash can that Joe Hendry popped out of, so he could be in there. That's that new shirt that is being represented. Okay, Lainey Reid is in there. We haven't seen much of Lainey Reid. Lainey Reid. Bang. Get slammed down by Izzi. I like Izzi's gear. Izzi's gear looks really good. Izzi's gear is very similar to the Tatum gear that she wore when, I think, did she win the belt with that? It was white with the red kind of blood splatters. But for some reason, she's not wearing that same gear. Kick coming in. Tag being made. In comes Fat. I wonder why. I wonder why she's not wearing the same gear she wore when she won the championship, but Izzi is wearing something similar. Shot coming into the back. I love wrestling so much. It's my escape from life's bleep reality. I even get emotional on some of the entrances, especially the Fatal Influence one, says Stuart. Well, I used to get emotional. I get emotional now because it's not as good, and that makes me emotional. I get emotional when I think about what we've lost with Jasmine and her amazing entrance. Lovely kick there by Lola. Drop kick coming in. Going for the cover. Kick out there by Fallon. Fallon kicks out. Lola in there with Fallon. Tag being made. In comes Lainey. I don't know if I've seen Jacy in there yet. Kick to the midsection. Oh, pop, 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 pop. There we go. Driving Lainey back. Tatum has got Fallon. Chucks her over into the corner. Right now we've got Tatum and Lola. Oh, big boot. Oh, hello. Tatum with a bit of a... She's loving that. She is having the time of her life. What's happening now? Oh my God, now Tatum's... No, Izzi doesn't want to join in. Come on, Izzi. She don't want to do it, man. She don't want to do it. Why is she being a hater? Why is she being a cup of hater? Ah. Izzi just hit Tatum in the head accidentally. So Izzi was like gesturing to the crowd like, no, I don't want to do that. And she went like that and just bopped Tatum. Tatum was like, oh. There we go. I'll put it in unseen, guys. I'll put it in unseen. Don't worry. Daze, Benny, hello. Hard to believe you're single. You're just so funny. And the women like you. Pfft, mate. It wouldn't take me long. You know what I mean? It wouldn't take me long. James said, Daze, if it's true about the no Rumble surprises, then that effing sucks. It's the main reason a lot of us watch it. I know. I agree. That's what Brian Alvarez has heard, that there's probably going to be no surprises because of it being in Saudi Arabia. I still think, though, that they'll do something. I cannot imagine a Rumble where you get no surprises at all. I mean, that's 60 spots, you know? I think the problem you're going to have is that they might do some surprises, like Liv Morgan return or something. There's a good chance it gets ruined. So I think there will be surprises, or they'll try for some. But I'm just not convinced that they're going to be able to keep them a secret. This match continuing through the commercial break. Stretch 2. Shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Hope you're well. Shout out to Stretch 2. Shout out to Stretch 1. Shout out to all the stretches. Shout out to Stretch Armstrong. Over in the corner. Lola, Lola, Lola. We got Lola chants. Lola, Lola. The greatest North American all ego. Is it an all ego shirt that she's wearing? Shot coming in there by Lola. Lola Vice goes down. We're still at commercial break at the moment. Dog Pound said, Daze, the big super surprise for the Rumble is they only call out the odd number wrestler. That would be a surprise, wouldn't it? You'd have all the even numbers at the back going, what? Okay, right now we've got Fallon working on the neck of Lola. We're 11 minutes into the show so far. Okay, Jacy Jayne's in and she goes for the pin on Lola. No joy. No joy. Ah, mate, that was hard in the corner by Jacy. That was hard in the corner. I'm just looking to see if anyone's reported about that little bop. And it was only a little bop that Izzi gave to Tatum, but... Okay, going over, grabbing the leg. Fallon is in there, grabbing Lola's leg. Lola manages to get rid of us, trying to go over to the corner and make that tag. Ah, she does. Tatum's in. Tatum's in. Double drop kick. It's very fiery. Very fast-paced. Very exciting. Bang. Lovely suplex there by Tatum. Love that move. Love that where she does the crossbody in the corner and she just kind of sticks there just for a heartbeat. She just like, bang, and she just stays there and then comes back out. So quick and dynamic. Lovely step. Oh, and I love it when she does that step up enziguri on the edge of the ring as well. Lovely step up enziguri in ring. I like some of Tatum's moves, honestly. Yeah, going for the 450, not getting it, but rolling through. Oh, mate, that pin's sick. That's great by Fallon. She jumps, wraps her leg around Tatum, flips her over, gets her straight into a pin. That was crisp. 1, 2, Tatum down. Izzy comes in. Izzy's big boots are really good. She's really good at those. Mate, that Fallon pin was sick. Right now, there's a pin attempt here by Fallon. Referee doesn't see it. 1, 2. No. Nope. Tatum Tuesday. The crowd are loving this. We get down on Tuesdays. Synergy from Tatum and Lola. Mate, everyone's talking about that move, but they're not talking about the little bop after. This is crazy. We've got an exclusive. 1, 2. NXT is my favourite show, and I can't even watch this week, said Brony. There's some really good stuff they're doing. It's a really fun match. It doesn't really mean anything, match, but... Blockbuster there by Fallon. Fallon looking to the crowd. Clothesline. Double clothesline. Tatum down. Fallon down. Right now we got... Gold Rush. Also coming up tonight, we got Javon against Saquon. NXT, NXT, NXT. They do have some really creative moves in NXT, said Mr. WrestleMania Shawn Michaels. Brody said it's not on CW because of election coverage. Really? What, where you are? Is that a local thing? Knee to the midsection there by Fallon. Fallon against the ropes. Over the other side, back slap tag there by Jacy. Back slap tag there by Izzi. Neither of them illegal. Oh, bah! Jacy catches Izzi and it's done. Damn. Izzi was with Tatum. They almost collided. She's like, it's all right, it's all right. And then boom, Jacy was in. She wallops Izzi. Mate, Tatum's getting championships. Izzi's getting punched in the face. It's not going to last long, is it, this? Not if it keeps happening this way. Look at that. Oh, my God. So, Jacy, Lainey, Fallon, I think, really good. I don't remember much out of Lainey. I'm not having a pop at Lainey. I just don't remember much. I think that Fallon and Jacy are really good. There's some lovely stuff in there by Fallon, working at such a great pace. That's a seriously good women's tag team, you know, Jacy and Fallon. Okay, we got El Grande, we got Rayo, we got Bravo. They are in the locker room. Here's Briggs. Look at the size of Briggs. Look at Briggs. Ludwig's big, but look at Briggs. I don't care that you're a big deal in AAA. Why's Bravo got his hands in his pockets? That's fine by me. I'm going to show the NXT universe who I am. El Grande Americano. This guy is mine tonight, says El Grande. Bravo, Rayo. Any news on Chelsea Ethan? Well, they'll be on the show, yeah. I've seen him earlier. Just walk him. Okay. How much longer are they going to keep this going? I hope it's got a payoff eventually, said Alex. Yeah, people are not going to be crazy in love with this if we keep going with it for too long. I mean, it does feel really disrespectful to Pete Dunne, Tyler Bate. They were so good as well. Pete Dunne especially. I mean, the Bruiserweight. Thing is, we tried to do a bit of Bruiserweight, didn't we, on the main roster? It just didn't really land. So now here we are. Here we are. A bunch of guys sitting around a table playing with poker chips, says Corey. Yes, that's what we just had. Advert time. William said, can I do a chat poll about who's sexier, William or James? Well, I think it's probably not wise to do that, William, because I think we all know which way that's going to go, and you, William, are not going to like the result. So I think for your own goods, it's best that we don't. Fatal Influence versus Izzi, Tatum, and Lola. It was a win for Fatal Influence. Let's get the match score in the book, shall we? You've had more than enough time to get your votes in. And here we go. It is 52, 42, 0, and 6. Oh, that's a shame. So it came out as good 100s. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. I thought it was a really good match. Good 100 is, as you know, you can't get any better than that when it comes to the good category. So, okay. I'll let you off. Right, Fatal Influence gets the victory. Here's the look at the size of Briggs. I mean, he's bigger than El Grande. Look at the size difference between Tyler Bate and Briggs. He's big, man. Briggs, I think, is bigger than I give him credit for, or I ever consider, you know. So El Grande said, you know, I've got this tonight. His mind tonight, saying that to Rayo and Bravo. And I think they also said they're going to get rid of, like, no time limit. So, boom. Right, if you haven't yet, please consider getting my third book, said Sonny. It's called After the Storm, a collection of poems. Sonny, shout out to you. Robbie said, I saw the Bruiserweight in person at TakeOver Portland just before the pandemic. Ah, very good. I thought he was great. I love the Bruiserweight. I understand it might not be a gimmick that translates to the main roster. It might not be showy enough. But, I don't know, man. I can't say this is better. Mean Shizzy said CM Punk is the champ. Yep. What if this year it's a title match at Survivor Series? Well, it could be. I don't think they'll do champ versus champ because of the fact that that's what we tend to do at Crown Jewel. So we don't need to do that again. So I don't think it's going to be a champ versus champ thing. But he could have a normal title defense. But the streets are saying that he's going to be involved in the War Games match. Where are we? I also saw a banger between Dijak and Keith Lee. They had a few bangers, actually. Yeah. I don't remember that specific one, but I know they did fight a few times and always delivered. Wrestling fan said, I like the El Grande gimmick, but I feel like it's been going on a bit too long. TakeOver Portland is where Matt Riddle and Pete Dunne won the NXT Tag Team Championship, says Kader. The Broserweights, wasn't it? The Broserweights. Was that long ago, was it? Probably was. I mean, if that was like 2019, that's 6 years ago now. That doesn't feel like 6 years ago. But then, what does feel like 6 years ago? There's Madison Square Garden. Okay, we're going to hear from Kalani. I just need her to apologize for everything. I don't even really care that she used the belt. I just need her to apologize for being a traitor. I don't think she's going to. But we're going to hear from her. Yeah, look at that. Look at the marks on the face. Okay. Oh. You brought shame to yourself and to the Knockouts title. So this is formerly Xia Li, isn't it? I will not let you shame our title. So when's that going to take place? Okay. Here's Tyra May Steele, Kendall, Carmen Petrovich, Ren. Is that Nikita in the background pirouetting? Oh, Ren's in the speed tournament. Okay, it's Kalani. You should listen. Oh, listen to what I'm about to say and go find a monitor. Okay. Okay, the champ making her way out. Kalani about to speak about everything that's been going down. Backstage, we had Ren, we had Kendall, we had Tyra May Steele, we had Carmen Petrovic, who I don't feel like we've seen Carmen Petrovic in quite a while, actually. Kalani, I don't feel like an apology is coming. I don't feel like an apology is on the way at all. This is probably only cool fact I know about Montrell Williams, said Alex. They also showed an advert for the cancelled UK Takeover Belfast, says Robbie. WWE Speed Women's Champion. That's... vacated, isn't it? Zaria, do we know who's in that tournament? We know Zaria's in. Ren's just said she's in, but I don't know if I've seen... Oh, I think it was doing the rounds earlier, actually. Now I've said that. Okay. I guess you could say it was a bit out of character. Shut up whilst the champ is talking. Crowd are booing. Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Why is it you love Dom when he cheats? Oh, she says about Cody. This is why NXT is drowning. Boo, they're getting louder with the boos. I do find her tone to be ma 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 na 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 na. I wanted to shout. I wanted to be like, will you not shut up? What I'm trying to say. You know, change the inflection of it. It's just, it's flat, isn't it? Here we go. Come on. No. Okay, this is better now. This is better. This bit's better. This bit's better. I was kicked out of the locker room by half. She does need to work on the promo, said 230. She doesn't have a very strong voice, does she? Her voice is, like, not squeaky, but it feels like it can break quite easily. I found the start of this to be very the same tone, flat. It got better as we got towards like the end of it. Still, you are right. It needs work. There we go. Bit of fire. I'm the most elite athlete to step foot in this ring. Every single one of you booed her out this building, Jordan Grace. And now I'm public enemy number one. You're not fans. You're just followers. This is my time to be selfish. The crowd are like, goodbye, na 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 na. I've already beaten you. It's a ruthless crowd tonight, says K-Dub. Suzanne said, not selling enough. Jennifer said she's shouting now the lines are there, but the presence needs a bit of help. Ched said, make it stop. Worst promo ever, said Phil. Oh, no. I've seen way worse than that. I've seen way worse than that. I remember a really bad Tiffany Stratton promo, actually, from NXT. I remember we were full of praise for Tiffany, and it was like, man, she's so good, her character's so good. And then they did this segment where it might be when she had just won the title, and it was time for her celebration, and she got in the ring to do a live promo. I remember that being like, whoa, we found so much she needs to work on. We've definitely found so much she needs to work on. I think she's at a bit of a disadvantage, honestly, because I think her voice is really lacks power. It's quite high-pitched. It seems to break quite easily. And I think that makes it hard to really punch the lines through. I think that it was a little low energy. I think that it was really flat in tone at the beginning. I think we did get some inflection. There was, a bit of variation as we got towards the end of the promo. I think there was a lot of content there. I think she's just delivered a lot of stuff. But, she's gone out there. She's given it a go. But, oh, yeah, there's going to be plenty of feedback points off that. But, no, I've definitely seen worse than that as well. Hard, though, when your voice is just doesn't really carry that power, That's going to be a tricky one for her to overcome that. It's going to be a tricky one for her to figure out how is she going to deliver these really impactful promos. How's she going to really bring the fire in the promos if her voice is so restrictive? Interesting. BKNA said it wasn't a bad promo, but she does need to unlock another tone in her voice. I could see Kalani do a Liv-type character, but she doesn't have that oomph to pull off a Drew character, said Jennifer. Sean said Kalani, because of her size, she makes a natural underdog baby face, but she is literally like 3 or 4 weeks into a new heel persona. Yeah, I agree with you, actually. I think that her voice as well being... her voice being as kind of high as it is and as like squeaky as it is, like even that lends itself to a baby face rather than as a heel, There was some okay lines in there. I mean, the lines might be scripted for her though, but there was some okay stuff that was in there. Can't manage to be here for the stream. Pain is kicking my bum. I will see you for Evolve. Trini, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. I hope that you make a speedy recovery from whatever it is you're going through. McGillicuddy's promo. Now that's the worst, says Benny. Yes. It's got to be in the conversation, hasn't it? Duran said, anyone that can't learn a promo in NXT while Booker T is there needs a permanent mouthpiece as a manager. Dog Pound said, Daze, she is emphasizing at the wrong time in the promo, and that's why she was struggling, said Dog Pounds. Jared said, let's not forget, we all had to sit through some really bad dog promos, and Ronda Rousey's also awful promos. Yes. Well, can I just tell you that actually there's the Boulder, who I think puts out some interesting little tweets. So I keep an eye on what the Boulder has to say. Just said that Kalani dropped a fire heel promo. So they actually enjoyed what they saw. I don't share that opinion. I don't think it was like horrific, like all-time bad type situation. I think that there was enough interesting content within it. And I think that she, tried to kind of mix up the inflictions a bit towards the end. But yeah, I think definitely one that's got room for improvement, yes. Okay, right, we're backstage with, is this OTM? OTM. AJ Lee's got a bit of a monotonous tone. Oh, that's a good word, BKNA, monotonous. I should have used that. But she makes up for it with sarcasm and wit. She would be a good study for Kalani. I see what you're saying. I like that. Monotonous, that is the word I should have used. Okay, OTM. We haven't got a yell no more. OTM silence shakes the room. Here's Chase U. We're sick and tired of everyone thinking Chase U is just a stepping stone. Here's Andre Chase. Okay, here's Briggs. Briggs is coming out. He's going to be taking on El Grande. I see some coaching from HBK and Booker in Kalani's future, says Jennifer. She made a fan out of me. Ignore them NXT trash fans, says Simon. Why are we having to remember some of the worst promos to make this one better? I don't want to remember those horrible promos, says Nick. I got to tell you, that is not getting loads of hate from what I'm seeing online, that promo. Sports Keeda just called it probably her finest promo. To be honest, I don't have a mental catalogue of her previous promos, but here's El Grande. Don't look now, but Josh has got a growth on the right side of his neck, says 230. James said, Psycho Sid's half a brain is where we're... Oh. I've got half the brain you do. Sports Geed are an effing joke. That is true. That is true. Okay, here is El Grande then. He's going to be in action against Josh Briggs. This is going to be our second match of the evening. He goes over. Booker puts his hand out. El Grande does that. Booker doesn't. You meant to do that with El Grande. But Booker didn't know, so he was like... Yeah, you tap the hand. Now Vic's telling him. You tap the hand, you don't shake it, Booker. That's my favourite moment from the show. Either that or Tatum getting bopped in the head by Izzi. I miss El Grande's old music, said Dominic. WWE said Daze Fuzzy are playing in Brighton 12 days after the Rumble. Can't see a Jericho return. Can you? I don't think that stops anything. I mean, if it was on the day of the Rumble, but 12 days later, 12 days later would be a Tuesday? I mean, it could be Jericho comes back, goes to SmackDown. So, I mean, he could do a Tuesday gig and be at SmackDown on the Friday. If it's the Monday, that might be a bit tricky. But, you know, for him to be at that Raw, so maybe he doesn't attend that Raw. But 12 days after the Rumble is quite a bit of time, isn't it? That's like half a month-ish. So I don't think that's a barrier. Aaron, shout out to you. 44 months with the best wrestling channel. Let's go, Aaron. Shout out to you, buds. You'll have to let me know the name of that channel when you get a chance, buds. I'll check them out. But, yeah, Aaron, hope you're doing well, my friends. A goat of the channel, Aaron. That's what you're meant to do. Yeah, Vic's got... Look, there's Booker seeing it before his eyes. That's what Booker did. Crowd are chanting, C. Oh, look. Oh, my God. Even the kid knows. Can you see the kid's facial expression? Look at that. El Grande upside down, and he's using his legs to clap. Wow. Yeah, that kid right there. That kid's right there. Elbow coming in by El Grande. Lovely kick coming in there by El Grande. Some lovely bits in here. El Grande showing up, showing out. Crowd are really into it as well. Oh. El Grande in the corner as Briggs comes over and he gets knocked down. El Grande again. I don't know, what's that? There's like a noise. I heard a jingling. Ah, there it is. Jasper Troy with his big chain. Ah, big boot there by Briggs. There was a couple of people that just went running away. I think that he's just chased away a couple of audience members that were certainly planted. But, yeah, Jasper Troy has come out, gone into the crowds. He's got his big chain, jingling it around. In the ring, we've still got El Grande and Briggs as we've gone to commercial break. Wrestlandy said, I've never seen Edward in the stream at the same time El Grande is wrestling. Good point. Wrestle with Andy. That's a really good point. Daze, do we think that I should get the CM Punk hoodie or a shirt from Euroshop? And if so, his classic white best in the world or the more recent one? You do you, but I do really love that classic white one. I think it's one of the best WWE shirts of all time with like the Chicago colors. Might be my favorite ever shirt, actually. I really love it. I really love it. So my vote might be for that, but my honest answer is you do you. You do whatever you think is right for you, because you might not. You might feel different. You might feel that the more recent shirt's better. But yeah, if I was getting a Punk item, that classic shirt is one that I would go for. But the current one, which is basically the same, but black and red, is still really good, really goated. You can't go wrong, really. I just wanted to look to see if they were selling that jumper, and they're not. But they are selling an ugly Hollywood holiday sweater. That's what you got to get, mate. That's the one. That's what you need. $73. I'm a medium. Is it still $73? $73. $74 for a jumper. What? What the flip? Wow. Wowzers. Jasper Troy still watching on. They've still got Butch on there. They've still got Butch. Yeah, there's no jumper for him. The one that he's wearing on Raw. which I'm a bit surprised at. I can't believe that. $74 for the jumper. What the flip? What the flip? $39.99 for the 24-inch Bleacher Buddy plush toy is quite good, actually. That's not a bad price. There's another company that make those that charge like $70 for that. Side slam there by Briggs. 2. No joy. I haven't looked at bits on WWE Shop for ages, actually. I don't know who I would want. I am a Kendall Gray stan. I would probably get an Evolve shirt if they did an Evolve shirt, but I don't think they do. I don't think they've done any Evolve merch yet. We're still at commercial break. We're back in 20 minutes. Yeah, no, nothing for Evolve yet. I'd represent Evolve. They don't get shown much love. Right now, we've got Briggs keeping El Grande grounded. The crowd chant Briggs is stupido. So, I mean, they're very fluent in Spanish, clearly. Briggs is stupido. Jasper Troy watching on from the crowds. Daze probably costs another 50 odd for shipping and whatnot as well. We need a Daze Kia plushie 2-bag. Big splash there by Briggs. 1, 2. Grande kicks out. Grande kicks out. Alex said, I would totally get an Evolve hat if they ever put one out. Hasib said, do we think WWE should have just had Cena as a face the whole year and every appearance do an open challenge to give superstars the opportunity in the ring with him? I think that would be a lot better, Hasib, yes. A lot better. I mean, I think the thing that WWE kind of forgot was that every crowd that comes see John, it's going to be their last time seeing John live. So every crowd is going to have great energy to say, you know, thanks to John, goodbye to John. They were kind of thinking we've got a year and we're going to wrap it up at the end of the year. But I think they sort of forgot that every date in a different place is that place's last time to see John. So the energy in every place was going to be fantastic. This was not the year for a heel turn. And to try and dampen that. Let it. Why would you do that? You've got this fire, this enthusiasm. Why would you dampen it? Why would you put cold water on it? You should have done it before. If you wanted to do the heel turn, you should have done it before. It's a little bit like your house being on fire and then going, should we insure the house? It's like, no, you should have done that before. It's a little late in the day now. You definitely should have already bought house insurance. The house is literally currently burning down. Well, it's now or never. Right now, we've got El Grande over against the ropes. Big boot into the midsection. So I think some open challenges, giving people an opportunity to compete against him on a lot of those shows where we didn't do matches would have been great. I don't know if there was any issue, though, with him, like, you know, doing films and he couldn't do it on certain dates. I still think we could have done better than what we got, though. Right, El Grande trying to get Briggs up on his shoulders. Elbows coming into the side of the head there by Briggs. El Grande goes against the rope. Briggs was trying to unmask El Grande, but didn't get it, couldn't get it. Jasper Troy watching on. Blockbuster. El Grande down. These two having a battle, and I tell you what, the crowd are really into this. The energy from the crowds. El Grande on his feet. The crowd are chanting Olay. Goes against the ropes. Through the ropes into Briggs. Briggs into the commentary table. Bravo. Rayo. Celebrating with El Grande. Plenty of people have got their phones out. The entrance gear thrown In the face of El Grande. Oh, that was a nice spot. Picks him up, chucked him against the ropes. As he came back, he kind of like collided into it. I think I've seen that done before. What the hell is he wearing? Dora the Explorer has arrived! Blimey now! Why have we got Dora here? Los Americanos. The hell's going on? It's like a mix between Dora, flipping something from The Fifth Element. El Grande has picked up the victory. Tavian Heights came down with a little girly backpack on. Is this... What's this? What's happening? What's going on? What's he keeping in there? What's he... That's the big question. That's my big takeaway. What does Tavian keep in his little backpack? Mate, that ain't it. That ain't the new Shield attire, is it? It looks a bit too designer, actually. Looks like it's made... Why is Jasper Troy jangling his chains around as well? What the hell's going on? What the hell is going on? That ain't like tactical. Look at it! Up from the back, it's like something you take to school. No, come on. We got Kendall, we got Ren there backstage. Here's Ava. I want to talk to you in my office. Oh. Oh, yeah. It's not your decision about not defending at Gold Rush. Here's Tyra May Steel. I mean, I've bought all the stock in Tyra May Steel. There he is, look. There he is. Tyra May Steel says she looks up to Kalani. If you step into a room with me, then you become second place. Oh, she's taking on Tyra May Steel. Okay, there's Ricky Saints. Oh, yeah. Here's Miles. Save a piece of trick for me. Okay, I think we're going to commercial. Okay, John Cena last time is now Tyra May Steel against Kalani later tonight. Yeah, that's it's an addition, isn't it? I'm down for that. I'm a big fan of Tyra May Steel. But I feel like Tyra is always stop-start, says Robbie. Yeah, I don't feel like we've started. She's been in Evolve, and, you know, she's done a little thing with Ethan and Chelsea. So, you know, there was a little feud there, but I feel like we haven't really, like, given her the proper, right, let's go. Up and running. This is it. I don't know that this is going to be the start of that. This could just be another, like, little run out for her. But, oh, mate, she's coming. She is coming. Olympic gold medalist, and she's got bags of enthusiasm, loads of personality. I rate her highly. I think, you know, she's really good in the ring. She can talk. She's got personality. She's an Olympic gold medalist. So, I mean, you don't even need to know anything about her, right? Other than she won an Olympic gold medal for wrestling, which is a hell of an achievement. That's breaking news, by the way. Hell of an achievement to win an Olympic gold medal. Hell of an achievement. And yeah, I'm all in. In the words of Tony Khan, I like her. Wrestling said, Daze, fashionista Femi needs a word with Tavian and Ricky. Someone needs a word with, Tavian. Yeah, Ricky's little gold number divided opinion, didn't it? That divided opinion when he came out and won the championship. Alex said, what kind of ice cream are we talking? This is important. What kind of ice cream are we talking? We're talking Ben & Jerry's. We're talking banoffee pie. Amazing, which is banana flavoured ice cream with some toffee in there and then some chocolate chunks in there as well. Don't mind a bit of cheeky monkey. That's got nuts in and I think is banana flavoured. I'll always take a cookie dough. It's pretty standard, that, though. I think that's a pretty major... That's not that adventurous. They do ones, don't they, that have got, like, swirls in, like, some core, which I don't think I've ever had. Or I might have had once, and I really enjoyed. It had, like, chocolate going through the centre. I need to revisit that. I do like ice cream. I mean, I don't eat it on a regular basis, but if ever there's a tub of Ben & Jerry's in the house, it's going to be found and it's going to be devoured. So, yeah, we're talking that. We're talking chocolate brownie. We're talking fish foods. What else are we talking? Those are the ones we have in the house. I don't know what other flavours they do, actually. Ben & Jerry's. Fragoli and chocolate gelato, says Robbie. Ben and Jerry ice cream flavors. Let's go. Oh, what do we like the look of? We like chocolatey orange chunk. I'd have that. Bohemian raspberry. I'd have that. Brookies and cream. I'd have that. I'd have that. I'd have that. I'd have that. Oh, what's that? Cookies on cookie dough. What, you get cookies? Cookies on cookie... Oh, no, they're non-dairy. It's got to have dairy. Oh, yeah, I want to try these. Bites. Little squares. What the flip? Look at this. Brookies and cream. And they're like little squares. What the flip? Where have these come from? Hey? Where have these come from? Don't want Cherry Garcia. No, thank you. Not a big fan of cherry. Sundae. I've not tried these. Sundaes. Not tried those. They're on the agenda. Chocolate love affair. Mate. That's on the agenda. And that's it. Well, that's not all the flavours. Because where's like the banana one and all of that? So that's not all the flavours. Non-dairy tubs, sundaes, lighten up, ice cream tubs. Oh, view all. Oh, I didn't press view all. It'll be that, won't it? Yeah, half bet, yeah. I didn't press view all. I'm a flipping idiot. Fish food, sweet mango. Okay, anyway, here's trick. We are doing a watch along. Minter Wonderland. Oh, I'd have that. Half baked's great. Flipped chocolate cookie dough. Oh. Cookie dough switch up. What's that? What is that? What is it? Switch up. It's like a cookie sandwich. Oh, shut up. You shut up. I'd have that. Filthy, mate. Absolutely filthy. Okay, Ricky talking to Trick. Your ego can't handle being second best. Guys, did we even do the poll for the El Grande match? I don't think we did. You know nothing about carrying this brand, says Trick. You don't give a damn about NXT. This is a culmination of who I am. I can take NXT to heights you failed to do so, says Ricky. Now you're a man of the people. You look like a fan. That NXT championship belongs to a star like Trick Williams. Let's talk about it. You wear delusion well. You would think it's designer because you wear it so well. That's a great line. That's a great line. You wear delusion well. You wear delusion so well. You would think it's designer. Okay, here's Ricky and Trick. They're looking for each other. Whoa, we're brawling. We're fighting. We're in the back. Ricky unloading on Trick. You got ladders falling over. We got some people trying to separate them. Got a lead pipe to the midsection. Trick Williams telling everyone to back away. He does look fly. Trick Williams does look good in that suit. Next week, I'm getting my championship back, says Trick. Back up. There we go. Ricky down. Ricky attacked. Next week. NXT Championship Last Man Standing match next Tuesday. Oh my God. Ricky killing it, says K-Dub. Ricky has killed Trick twice in promo exchanges now, says Robbie. Right, here's Zarya. What a promo, said Sick Horror Kingman. Trick is looking sharp tonight, said WrestleRants. I agree. Daze Delusion sounds like a good name for aftershave. Oh, yeah. Because the delusion, it smells effing horrible. Delusion by James Chadwick. Imagine you in the commercial for that in your just some white pants. Delusion. Delusion. I'm picturing it right now. Here's Zarya. She wants to win that belt back. Who's she facing? Oh, no, it's Ren. Oh, my God. Ren's going to get murked. Ren's going to get murked, isn't she? I think Zarya's winning this. Zarya versus Ren. I'm hoping for Sol Ruka to interfere and turn on Zarya, said Corey. Damn, Sol Ruka is hot, said William. Steve said Zarya's winning this, right? Feels that way. Ringside News have put out an article, said Asib, that WWE are purposely teasing one of Jericho and Edge being in the Cena tournament. Have you seen signs from WWE, or have they done it for clicks? Well, I'd need to read the article as to what they're saying. If they're saying that by saying that people that aren't under contract going to be in is them teasing, I mean, that would seem like it's a for clicks thing, you know? I mean, I wouldn't say that they're not teasing it, because I do think that people have got kind of, you know, their minds have gone to that. But I don't know, is there something new that's kind of happened? That would feel like old news, because that got announced at Saturday Night's Main Event on Saturday, where they said people from Raw, people from NXT, people from SmackDown, and people that don't even, you know, work here can all be involved. I think that line, some people did take that as being, oh my God, Edge and Jericho, whatever. So someone like Ringside News jumping on that, I could understand. I think it is largely for clicks, yes, but I could understand why they would jump on it. If there is something else that's happened since then, though, because that was Saturday night, That could be interesting. If there's, I don't know, some post that's gone out that kind of teases Jericho or whatever, but I'm guessing it's probably just related to what went down on Saturday. Corey said, I thought Sol was dating the strong boy. She is, yeah. Cena said, people who don't work here in the promo. Yes. Jericho and Edge being in makes no sense. They would have to win for it to make sense. I do agree with you, but what if we actually use the tournament as a way to set up feuds? So what if Jericho's looking good and someone costs him, which then sets up Jericho's first feuds in WWE? So he doesn't win the tournament. He would have won it. He'll tell you he would have won it, but someone got involved and it cost him the match, and then that sets up the first feud. It's a bit like the Royal Rumble, how you can be eliminated by someone, and then that sets up a feud. We can create stories out of the Rumble more so than just who wins. You can set up other stories. Maybe we could do that with the tournament as well, where people can eliminate people, and then, of course, you've took an opportunity away from them. They're not happy about it. That could set up a feud, blah, 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 blah. We could do that. We don't have to do that. I mean, honestly, if Jericho's coming back, I'd save him for the Rumble. I think I've read his contract's up in December, because I thought it was November. But I'm sure I read that, no, that's not true. It's December. So I don't even think he can be in this thing. Edge is off doing a film. And I don't know that we see Edge getting involved. I tell you what's interesting, though, is he's not under contract, I don't think, with AEW. I don't think he is. He's off doing a film. Is he under contract, or is he just off doing a film? I know he's doing a film. He's definitely doing a film. But did his contract expire? Reportedly expired in October. So Edge is available. If he comes in, though, they're going to want to sign him to a long-term deal, aren't they? And I don't think they want to use him on a regular basis. Is he going to be okay with that? Here's Ren. Here is Kendall. So on the outside, watching on, Zarya is in there. Let's end this poll so we don't get confused. Kader said he's still under contract because he might have some injury time being added on. Interesting. Okay, bell has sounded and we are underway. 4-7, 17-72. You lot said that last match was good. 96. That was El Grande versus Josh Briggs. Okay, big chop coming in there by Zarya. Nice backbreaker there by Zarya on Ren. I think Ren's going to really struggle here. I think she's going to really struggle. Shot coming in there by Zarya. Over against the ropes. Ren holds on. Oh, that's a lovely kick. That's a lovely kick. This thing can't go too long, of course. Ah, she's trying to get in the stretch. Lovely. Ren is got Zarya all tied up there. She rolls through. Kick coming in. Another kick there by Ren. Drop kick there by Ren. Zarya goes down. Ren back up. Chop coming in there by Ren. Another chop. Whoa, loud. Working on the arm. Gets pushed away. Clothesline there by Zarya. And a clothesline. Ren goes down. Big boot there by Zarya. Round the back, she's got her up. Ren, though, gets back down on her feet. Round the back of Zarya. Zarya holding on. Ren back up. We're into the final minute. She manages to get her down. She's working on the arm. Zarya in trouble. Oh, Ren really, look at that. Really pulling back on that. Really pulling back. 40-odd seconds to go. Spear there by Zarya. It's all Zarya right now. Ren gets planted. That might do it. 1, 2, 3. Zarya wins. Zarya wins. Okay, Sol Ruka's like, okay. I'm gonna win that title back, says Zarya. Ren gets murked. So there we go. It is a victory. It is a win for Zarya. Big spear. It'll be interesting to see what Ren's got to say about that on Wednesday. I don't think there's going to be any major surprise like Jericho. They are telling the names beforehand, and they would want them to be surprises like the Rumble, not just nonchalantly announced, said Leo. Okay, Zarya is going to face either Skylar or Fallon. Skylar Ray is the new name, isn't it, of someone? Vince McMahon. It's the new name of Vince McMahon. Skylar Ray. Now, I don't know this Skylar Ray. She came from LFG, didn't she? She goes, different name. Ren's real Amen is Paris Hilton. Ren looked good, though, said Jennifer. Gareth said, we think John Cena could be Mr. WrestleMania before his Hall of Fame. He competed all the WrestleMania shows. That name's taken, isn't it? That's Sean's. They're not going to take that off Sean. Okay, Zarya against Fallon or Skylar. Javon is backstage. We got about 48 minutes left of this. I don't mind that name change. What, for Vince? Okay, are we doing the Kalani match now? Dun dun dun. Ba-ba-dum bum 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 ba. Ba-ba-dum bum 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 ba. Okay, we are underway. Yeah, it is the new name for Danny Ray. Danny Ray. I don't know Danny Ray. But it's the new name for Danny Ray. So all you Danny Ray heads out there, your queen has got a new name. She was the LFG Season 2 winner. That match coming up next week. Right, Mr. WrestleMania, Shawn Michaels said there is only one Mr. WrestleMania, and that's Shawn Michaels. She was on both seasons of LFG, said Eric. Thank you, Eric. On YouTube, they're saying wrestlers. Daze, you a Zarya fan? I don't think she's all that in the ring, said Asib. I'm a Zarya fan with her presentation, and I think there is real potential there. Singles matches, I mean, the recent examples have not been mind-blowing. I don't know. I mean, I feel like she's probably come in. They've probably identified there's a bit of work to be done. I mean, she came in around the same time as Julia and Stephanie, and she's not enjoyed anywhere near as much opportunity as those. She's been kind of put into this tag team, like this partnership with Sol Ruka, and she's been overshadowed by Sol as well. I feel like the best of Zarya is still to come. We've not even begun, really. Which is crazy, because she's been around a little while now. But, yeah, I like her present. I like her when she turns heel again and she starts murking people. I think we could make some progress. I like Skylar Ray, though, said AB. Danny is one of the Blundertaker choices over Humphries. Zarya was killing it before she came to WWE, said Alex. I was watching Traitors USA and Nikki was a contestant. She was hoping she would win, but where I'm up to, she just got banished. Nikki who, Daryl? Nikki Bella. Zarya needs to be NXT Women's Champion by next year, said Alex. Daze, are you single? I am, Bailey, if you're interested. Yeah. I'd go out on a date with Bailey. That's breaking news. Daze, are you going on a date with me? Bailey. Absolutely. Absolutely. You name the McDonald's and I'll meet you there. Bishop said Daze for speed matches. What do we think's the best strategy? Trying to get them quickly or trying to get close to the time? Well, strategy is difficult, isn't it? Because everyone's going to have a different approach. I mean, you've got to work at a pace and you're going to have to take chances. This is why I don't mind people losing quickly, because I understand the argument is, I don't like speed matches because it's hard to believe someone losing in like 2 minutes. But I think a speed match is a very unique thing where in order to get the win, you've got to put yourself in harm's way. You've got to take chances. You got to take risks. You can't have that feeling out process trying to wear someone down. There isn't the time. So if you're going to get the win, you're going to have to, go for it. And by going for it, you're going to put yourself in harm's way. So I can kind of mentally explain to myself that, this is how it works. Strategy-wise, you just got to think, go for it. I mean, with 3 minutes, you just haven't got time, have you, to kind of mess around? If you've got the opportunity to, get the advantage and wear someone down, and you can limit the amount of risk that you're going to take, then, that would strike me as a good strategy. But, again, 3 minutes, you just really don't have much to play around with. I think you've just got to go for it. Here is Tyra May Steele. Yes. I liked it when she came out and she was mean mugging. And she was looking mean and moody, and then she'd get in the ring and she'd be a big smile on her face. No, it was the other way. She'd come out all smiley, and then she'd get in the ring and then she'd be mean mugging. And then she'd go back to smiling again. I think they've got rid of that, and I don't know why. I used to like it. We've seen her a few times in Evolve. Love the gear as well. I think the gear looks really striking, different. Red, it's got the Olympic rings on the back. Of course, we've still got the booty out. Of course. I mean, to be honest, I've got my booty out right now, so, we're all doing it. Flip up there by Kalani. Lovely cartwheel there by the champ. Oh, lovely takeover there by Tyra May Steele. Knee coming into the midsection. This could be a really good match. Oh, look at that by Tyra. Oh, my God. Over the top. Lovely work. One. Oh, holding onto the rope. The referee spotted it. Dirty cheating by the dirty cheater, Kalani. Working on the arm there, Kalani. Rolling through, going for the pin. 2. Kick out there by Tyra May Steele. Kalani grabbing the arm. Tyra going down. Just gone through a bit of a sequence, haven't we, where we're just getting... I'm not going to do a poll for the speed thing. It's only 3 minutes long. But we'll do one for this. Oh, bow and arrow. Yes. Look at that. And she's got it in beautiful as well. Oh. She did let go of it quite soon. I like that from Vic Joseph. Oh, reverse there by Kalani. Reverse, though, by Tyra. Kick out. Oh, mate, that kick to the face was brutal. Damn it out. She just booted her right in the face. Bang. Straight into the ring posts. On the outside of the ring, Tyra May Steele. Oh, really working on the arm. Good work there by Kalani. Tyra goes to the outside. Kalani on the outside. Bang, smashing the arm into the edge of the ring. Grabbing Tyra into the edge of the ring. Do we think the speed matches are better being on NXT rather than on X? Yes. I think they are better because I think we watched them. I mean, I didn't tune into all of the speed stuff. I just forgot it was on and it just wouldn't show in my feed and I just didn't care for it. I don't really understand why they didn't just give it its own show. I feel like if it was on X and it was like half an hour long and it had a few speed matches in there. I mean, you can still pull them out and put them on TikTok and whatever. But, you know, it would have been good if there was like a proper speed show with promos and matches and feuds and all of that stuff. That say half an hour long, because the matches are only 3 minutes. Entrances, you could have 3 matches. Promos, do a bit of a feud, tell some stories. Don't just do just tournaments. And then you could always pull out the matches and just share them individually. But they didn't want to do that. I could understand it. It was just a little agreement they had with X to just get some content on there. They're not bothered. They've not looked at this as some revolutionary new thing, you know? It's like they've agreed they'll make some content for X. It's better that it's short because people have got short attention spans, and so they've come up with this. I mean, that's what it is. So I'm all right with it being in NXT and it providing something a bit different. People aren't really taken by it, though. Tyra May Steele in control. Right now. Oh, on the shoulders. Look at that. Torture rack. Bang. 1, 2. Kick out by Kalani. Kalani's having a real workout here. Tyra May Steele is hanging with Kalani. And if you think about how long Kalani's been doing this compared to how long Tyra May Steele's been doing this, you can see how special Tyra May Steele is. Tyra is down. Kalani going over. Split leg moonsault. Gets it. Oh, it spins the head over. Got it. Mate. That was a run out for Tyra May Steele. Great. Great. Fun little match. Not down on that. Good little showcase for both. You gotta love it, man. She's a one of a kind and she's on top and she's also a traitor. Boo! Who's talking? It's Santino, yeah! Look at him, he's in a hotel room. Imagine if Linda McMahon was in bed. I am the TNA general manager. Yeah. You are defending it. In New York City, no shenanigans. Triple threat, Lady Lee and, is it Jordan Grace? Jordan Grace. Okay, we're backstage with Zarya and Soul. There's a month left to go. Okay, here's Jacy, here's Fatal Influence. Okay, Jacy wants a rematch. I need to speak to Nick Aldis and Adam Pearce to see who is going to be in the John Cena tournament. So might be this guy right here, mightn't it? Might be the young OG. Here we go. I forgot we were getting this match, and I don't even know how you spell Saquon, so I'll just spell it the way that it should be spelled. Okay, young OG coming out. Love Santino always butchering names. It better be Javon representing, said Alex. This boy is bouncy. Steve said, Daze, we all know WWE like to keep wrestlers strong looking, but why don't they do time limit draws instead of interferences? Well, I suppose because on TV, a time limit, I don't even know what the time limit is with TV matches these days. I don't know if we're looking at 15 minutes or 20 minutes. But, I mean, I don't mind time limit draws. I really don't. I think that we don't get them very often. And so it's, you know, in the real world, it's something that would happen. You know, two people. And I know that people would say, no, it's a cop-out and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, if you've got two wrestlers that are throwing everything at each other and it's been, you know, loads of near falls and people are loving it, time limit draw is, I think, a very acceptable result. It's a result. It's a proper result. You can't fight all night. You can't fight forever. You know, in UFC, we go the distance all the time. In boxing, we go the distance all the time. I mean, granted, they then throw over to the judges. We don't have judging in wrestling. I'm not saying that we bring judging in. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that I think a time limit draw is acceptable. But you don't want to overuse it, because then it just becomes the new interference and, you know, people will start complaining, oh, God, I hate this. You know, I watch a match for 20 odd minutes only for it to end in a draw. But it's like, well, yeah, I mean, loads of people watch football matches for 90 minutes that end in a draw. Do you know what I mean? It happens. It's part of sport. Like, it is a result. So I don't mind it being mixed in. Yeah, I think there should be a bit more of it, but not a drastic amount, because I can already tell you now the IWC would not like it. People wouldn't like it. You're not going to get too many people campaigning for it, because who wants to see a draw? You know, it's the least desirable outcome, isn't it? A draw. You spend all your time watching something and it's just, they're both the same. They're both equal at the end. We need winners and losers. We need people upset. We need tears. Yeah. And people being happy as well. But we need losers' dreams being crushed. That's what we need. And you don't get that with a draw. Robbie said, just another title match for Jordynne Grace to lose every single time. Why is she even in NXT? Especially with both women's division on the main roster struggling. SmackDown most of all. Cadet said, I hate that WWE doesn't make the announcer say the following contest is scheduled for one fall with a 20-minute time limit. Well, is that still what it is now? I mean, to be honest, I don't even know. I don't know. I mean, the other problem you've got is if you go time limit draws, you are committing to however long that's going to be. You know, if it is 20 minutes, then that's a 20-minute match you're committing to. So, I mean, you definitely wouldn't want to be using that as much as you would outside interference, because I feel like we see outside interference all the flipping time. And you certainly wouldn't want to be going to 20-minute draws all the time. AB said 6. James said, Daze just loves seeing people cry, especially little bratty kids. Listen, just makes me feel better about myself. Okay, War Pigs, the official theme of Survivor Series. Looks nice, that, doesn't it? That stadium looks good. Okay, here come Dark State. Imagine NXT in the Wake Golden era and we see Warrior and people like that on their way up, like with an NXT then. Yeah, that'd be weird. He'd be Dingo Warrior. He'd be going through his Dingo Warrior stage, wouldn't he? I suppose in a way that's what the territories were. A lot of learning done in the territories before they... Whoa, my God, the young OG takes flight. No waiting around for the young OG. Here we go, we're underway. Big knee there by the young OG. Shoulder up. He's jumped him, mate. He's jumped him. Smile on the face of Javon. Saquon's like, my jaw. Okay, here we go. Chop coming in by the young OG. This is it. A bit of energy, a bit of fire, a bit of excitement, a bit of passion, a bit of love. Headlock being applied there by Saquon. Here we go. Underway. Straight out the gate. No time to mess around. We still haven't had Ethan and Chelsea and their Mardi Gras or whatever they're doing. Saquon jumping over the young OG. Sliding underneath. Bouncy! Okay, Saquon's got him scouted. Saquon's got him scouted. Picks him up. No. Oh, mate, look at that. Oh. Inverted atomic drop, but it was nice. It was nice. Guys, woke is back, is trending. I didn't know that it had gone away, to be honest. But woke is back. Is this to do with the election that's happened or something? Why is woke is back trending? Imagine if that was your wrestling name. You could get injured and then you could come back and then it'd be like, woke is back. And everyone was like, oh, woke, really? Hey, and every time someone said woke or spoke about woke, you would be featured. Great way of getting press, isn't it? If your ring name was woke. Your catchphrase could be everything's gone woke. And then a picture of you like that. Everything's gone woke. Bang. Shot to the back. Go woke. Go broke. Mate, I'm on summit. Saquon down. I didn't even notice it's election results, said Jennifer. Right now we've got Javon down, Saquon on top. Kick out. Right now, Saquon in control. Standing on the hair of Javon, on the face of Javon. Few boos from the crowds. Saquon, going for a shot there. Blocked by Javon. Saquon with Javon. Middle of the ring. Kick to the midsection. Oof. Down goes Saquon. Javon back in the corner. Saquon down to one knee. Bang. Big boot. Oh, look at that by Javon. Very innovative. Lovely. Oh, he's getting better. He's getting better. Saquon goes to the outside. I love that sell by Saquon. Kind of gets caught on the ropes and spills to the outside like he's just flipping not in control of anything. Yeah, look, Dark State are out there trying to G him up. They're throwing him back in there. Over in the corner. Yeah, maybe he did just need a bit of G-ing. A little bit of G-age. Oh, Johnny, did you send me that moment? Oh, Johnny's the best. Johnny is the best. Johnny, you're the best. Over to the outside. Down goes Saquon. Over in the ring. Right now, we got a knee to the back. We got Javon going into the barricades. Boom. Right. Daze, that made it sound even worse. Oh, I don't even know what I said. I don't even know what I said. Yeah, there's a couple of things that happen in the show, you know, that I can just never find clips of. So it either doesn't go into the talking points video, or I would have to make the clip myself, which obviously is going to take time, and it's going to slow down the talking points video. So there was a little moment where Tatum got like just hitting them. It's not a big deal, but it's just a fun thing that people might not have seen, because I think it happened during commercial break. And so, you know, little bits like that. It's always really cool if Johnny or someone like gets that, and really appreciate it. So I've put it in the video. So very good. Bit boring, but you know, this is my life. My life's boring. I never claimed that it was exciting. We're at commercial break right now. Commercial break. I am picturing them doing the 4 candles sketch, said V85. Random statements, but me and my mom keep calling Bron Breakker and Bronson Reed the 2 Bronnies. I wonder how many people are doing that or get that reference. Okay, now the 4 candles thing makes sense. There was a comedy duo known as the 2 Ronnies in the UK, so. Okay, Saquon in the corner with Javon. Hurling him over. Javon goes into the corner. Javon is a human highlight reel. Oh, yeah, he's sick. Daze Kalani needs Heyman, said Taker 1990. Jennifer said, I missed the early stream. What was up with the computer last night? I don't know. I don't know the issue, but there was something where the microphone kept disconnecting. There was just some technical problems. So I've spent the day kind of cleaning up the computer, which has now resulted in 10,000 files being deleted, some of which I needed. Yeah, I mean, we've not had any crashes or any dip, so I'm quietly confident that, you know, the issue's been resolved. But I don't know what it is. I just ran like a diagnostics thing, uploaded some drivers, got some new downloads, got rid of some, you know, unneeded files and stuff like that. And some needed files. Right now we got Javon on the back of Saquon. We got 20 odd minutes to go. Say what you want about Cutler James, said Robbie, but he gets to go home every night to the Riz. That's true. He is winning. Right now we've got a backslide. 1, 2. It's Carmen Live. Carmen Life, Carmen Life, Carmen Life. ARW Pro. Carmen Life, Carmen Life. Here we go, kids. It's what most of you look forward to. It's the Carmen Live part of the channel. Right now we got Javon on the back there of Saquon. And we are underway. Carmen Live said, Daze, I did go to the American Legion Post 100 Lake Station, Indiana this past Friday Halloween to attend a wedding for Cody White. Cody White! Oh my God, Cody White. The American Wet Dream, Cody White. ARW Pro, N-Dub, Indiana Wrestling's James Creed and his wife, Emily Arena. Well, I hope you had a lovely time. Send in nothing but love to Cody White. Right now, we've got Javon going over, dumped to the outsides. Johnny said, Carmen's messages sound like they're ChatGPT generated. Carmen, are you ChatGPT, buds? Javon, why is this match so long? He's picking up Javon, slams him down. Cartwheel by Saquon, drop kick by Saquon, going for the cover. 1, 2. Javon gets the shoulder up. Is that spittle that he's got on his beard? I think Saquon's got like spittle in his beard. I feel sick. I'm going to throw up. Right now we got, it's still there. Why is no one telling him? Javon. Javon looking up at Saquon. Saquon kicking out at Javon. Javon over against the ropes. Yeah, no, Javon's not having it. Big right hand there by Javon. Another kick coming in there by Saquon. Saquon, spittle. Off that bottom rope. German. Lovely work by Javon. Unbelievable work. Unbelievable. Rumble, young man, rumble. Young OG. Young OG. These two duck underneath there by Javon. Saquon goes down. Big shot. Down goes Saquon. Carmen said I might go to the UAW Local 551 Chicago, Illinois to see ARW Pro this Saturday night. Do it. Do it. Get some pictures. Show us some pictures. I'm tired of words. Oh, mate. Javon like a lawn dart. To the outside. Saquon down. Saquon being chucked back in the ring. Javon on the outsides. Yeah, I don't know what he was trying to do there. He was having a bit of an issue. Oh, my God. It doesn't matter where Saquon is in the ring. Saquon could be in the back in the changing room. Javon's still going to springboard and land on him. Saquon was like over halfway over the other side to the ring. And Javon's like, I'm not bothered. Springboard. Mad air. Mad distance. This is just Javon's playground, isn't it? That's all this building is. Right now we got Javon going up. And we got Saquon crashing into the ropes. On the shoulders goes Javon. Planted. Rolled over. Right now we got Saquon going over to the other sides. Saquon lands on his feet. Goes down. Cutter there by Javon. Cutter by Javon. Middle rope. Another one. Springboards. 1, 2. Outside interference. You can't go doing that. You can't go doing that, mate. Nah, DQ it. He shouldn't have to deal with this, ref. Ref, he shouldn't have to deal with it. Ref, why is he having to do? Why are Dark State all goofing around? Why are they so useless? The one ran into the barricade. The other one jumped into the commentary table. Oh, my God, they're flipping idiots. There's 4 of them. 4 of them can't deal with one Javon. Blammy now. What's this? This group ain't going to do shiz. Embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for Dark State. I'm embarrassed. Javon Evans, the young OG, is a goat. But I'm embarrassed for Dark State. Goofing around. It was like Clowns R Us. Jesus. Jesus. They might as well get in their little clown car and go back home. Flipping, going into barricades, jumping into commentary tables. And 4 of them. Dude still got the win. Right, next week it's all going down. El Grande taking on Jasper Troy. It's like a Temu Shield, said K-Dub. It confirms to me that there's only one sugar in wrestling. His name is Dunkerton, said V85. Oh, hello, here's Blake. She wants to be in New York. New York. Oh, if Sol Ruka is cleared, she will be your opponent. She's confident. Oh, her phone's going off. My better half is asking for an exclusive interview. Okay, here's... oh, my God, Jesus, Chelsea's changed. Chelsea's not wearing that shirt anymore. She's not wearing a great deal. Chelsea and Ethan are making their way out. NYC is effed, said Spawny Boy. What's happened? Something's happened. We've got his one. We've got Woker's back. Guys, I think it's all politics and I'm nervous. I'm really nervous. We're straying into politics. It's gonna really divide us. Just when we need things to bring us together, there's more that tears us apart. That nosy girl line cracked me up, said Alex. She was being nosy, wasn't she? She was like, giving it one of them. Giving it one of them. Right. Yeah, why is this main event him? Why is this the main event? So lots of outside interference in that one, but Javon still picking up the victory. We've got 12 minutes. That's less than 15 left. They're mad that a decent human has won in... No, Jennifer, that's not going to help the division. We need to bring people together. Oh, my God. Guys, if you're happy or if you're sad, it's okay. It's all okay. Yeah, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. New York is going to be crazy expensive, whoever runs it. Yeah, remember that. Remember, it doesn't matter who runs it. It's always going to be crazy expensive and full of rats. So at the end of the day, does it even matter? Does it even matter? No. What's happened to New York? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what's happened to New York. Yeah? We're not going to be divided. We're going to be united, yeah? Come on. I'm excited to watch those shows from my couch, said Alex. William said, Daze, I really don't like Chelsea's gimmick that she tends to run with, but I would still have sex with her. Thank you. V85 said, did Godzilla attack New York? Yes. Yes. And for some reason, that's more interesting than NXT. Fake fans. Fake fans. Yeah, what the hell is that better half line about? Blake Monroe's better half. An exclusive interview with Blake Monroe and her better half. What's that mean? Is it going to be a dog? Or a cat? Or some sort of animal? Draco said New York's always been screwed. There we go. There we go. Blake Monroe's better half, Nick Wayne, says Doron. Will the new Mattel figures come with AAA titles? For example, Paige, Chelsea, Dom. Well, yes, I think they can make them. WWE obviously have got ownership of AAA, or, you know, I think they've got the controlling stake, haven't they? They don't 100% own it, but I think they've got more than 50%. So I can't see as to why they can't do it. Tatum's like, it's my fault that we lost that match. It probably is. Look, you're a champ. You can't keep making irrational decisions. You can't do it. Yeah. You got to think before you act. Okay. We've only got 9 minutes. There's one more thing. Oh, there's one thing she needs to do for next week. Oh, okay. Here we go. Big cake. Who's in the cake? Wow, they've really decorated the ring, haven't they? Look at that. There's a big cake. There's Canadian flags. I think we've got a couple of pinatas, are they, in the background? There's Chelsea. There's Ethan. I mean, who's going to be coming out for these? I feel like it's got to be someone decent. If it's just a AAA talent, you wouldn't put this in the main event, would you? No entrance for them. I think we're probably pushed for time, so that's a shame. We say things and they come true, says Ethan. The AAA Mixed Tag Team Champs. Not a match, it's a celebration, yeah? We're celebrating. Where's this going to go? We're going to get Summit here. Someone's interrupting, of course. It's a very big cake. Okay. Ethan, I totally understand. Triple Jealousy is a disease, and this locker room is riddled with it. Name a more iconic duo. Mate, if Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth come walking out, I'm going to freak. I didn't think so. This is not a mistake. We didn't just fall into these championships. This is Champione. She's got the margaritas. I just wish Joe was here. So it's going to be Joe. Oh, yeah, clever. They're pointing at the cake. Don't say it. Crowd are chanting, say his name. So, oh, that's where we're going. So it must be him and Thea then, because we saw them at the start of the show, didn't we? Okay, so they're waiting for him to pop out the cake. He's not going to be in the cake, is he? It's going to be a case that, yeah, he's in the entranceway. Thea Hale in the cake, then. Someone's going to be in the cake. And this is mixed tag team titles, so he's going to need a partner. You forgot what real talent looks like. Okay, so... yeah, want a shot surely at the mixed tag titles. Mm-hmm. Here we go. So the partner, surely Thea Hale. We saw Thea earlier in the show with a dustbin, a trash bin, like, and we know that Joe had been hiding in that recently. Unless it's going to be a real swerve and it's going to be someone else. I'm expecting Thea. Yeah. Here we go. Say her name. Oh, is this new music? Oh, there we go. It is Thea. She's got her own little theme and she's dressed as Joe. So she comes out with the blue shirt on. I believe in Thea. She was in the cake. She pops out the cake. That's actually a really good outfit for her. Them two wearing that kind of matching gear works really well. Crowd are already chanting, we believe. So in the cake, there's a pie. Ethan gets pied. And so this seemingly has set up Ethan and Chelsea against Thea and Joe. Oh, I didn't realize that Chelsea had got pied and Alba had got pied. Mate, that look works for Thea. She looks great. There we go. Boom. That should be fun, said Dominic. I believe, said Corey. This was good, said Jennifer. I love Chelsea's pie face, said V85. I've heard that about you. Okay, Tatum Paxley is going to be live next week. We've got the Joe Hendry version playing of the song. Are they going to go on? Are they going to do it? Are they going to win them? That'd be a bit soon, wouldn't it? Damn, Cardona got a bit too excited, said James. You guys, eh? This isn't one of our UFC masculine streams. We're still very PG when it comes to these streams. Chelsea and Ethan are great together. They need to go to the main roster. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that means that. I agree with you. I don't think that means that we're going to see new title holders, unless we do and then take the belts off them again. But I don't think we're going to do that. Honestly, yeah, fine. That was pretty fun. Yeah, I don't mind Thea doing that for a bit. It was a bit of a weird ending to the show. I don't know if it's an ending, but yeah. Say her name, she appears. I believe in Thea Hale, said AB. Have you got YouTube TV in the UK? No, we don't, buds. No. What's your favourite scary film? See you tomorrow, buds. The show is over. It's about time they got Thea going again. She had really cooled down, said Wrestle Rants. That's true. That's true. They did the turn. They did all the greatest hits. They did the turn. We had the sway in. They did everything. She's got the look. It worked well. It worked well. Pretty fun segment, honestly. Taker 1990 said, do we think next week will backfire on Tatum? I don't know what she's looking to do. She said she's just got to do one more thing, but I don't know what that one more thing is. So it's going to be very interesting to see what she's going to be doing there. I can tell you that Great 60 was Javon against Saquon. Great 60. Corey said, mixing up the ending is kind of nice. Daze, I give NXT a 9 because of that funny ending, said Carmen. Joe and Ethan have been feuding on and off since like summer 2024, said Robbie. Jennifer says, I've switched over to an old episode of Gogglebox because those are fun. Jadam said, say the name, they appear. I believe in Joe Hendry and I believe in Thea Hale because they love him in London, said Jadam. Alan said, Daze just stopping by to leave a like and show some support. Miss y'all. Alan, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you, my friends. Well, you've just caught us at a good time, actually, because we are literally about to run away. So I'm going to, no crashing or anything tonight. That's good, isn't it? Hey, feel like we've actually achieved some. No technical issues. Lovely. I mean, it has created other problems, but whatever. And yes, we will be back again tomorrow for Evolve. Obviously, we'll be back later with Unseen and all of that. I might try and get a Talking Points video up. I don't know that there was really enough, but I might just get one up. That was a pretty fun finish. There was some interesting little bits in there, but yeah, awesome. Right, Big Time said, I watched SmackDown last night and it felt like a glorified episode of Main Event. There was just too many small guys like Motor City and Fraxium, DIY, Carmelo. Do you think it hurts the brand's image? I think you need a mixture. I think, some smaller guys can put on some fantastic matches. But yeah, I think you do need a mixture in there. You do need some size as well. But I don't know. I mean, it's an awkward truth, I think, that... who was it that said that? I think it was Drew. Drew said he was chatting to his friends and they had tuned in and they made a comment like that. Like, who are all these small guys running around? And that was something that Drew's friends had kind of picked up on. And they just weren't really impressed by what they were seeing. And that was Drew McIntyre saying that, right? I don't subscribe to that personally. I think that's, I think talent is talent. We've said before that, like, if you look in boxing, some of the greatest fighters in history were not the biggest. I mean, look at what Canelo is doing. Look at what Mayweather's done. Go over to UFC, have a look and see what Conor McGregor achieved. I mean, some of the greatest fighters were not the biggest. I do think pro wrestling has kind of got itself in a position, though, where getting jacked and being big is seen as being preferential. But I think that shouldn't be the be-all and end-all. So, I would say a mixture. I'm personally not down on smaller wrestlers. I think that it's talent first and foremost. It's the ability to put on great matches, cut great promos. That's like first and foremost for me. But it is true that sadly, with wrestling, there is that superficial nature where, you know, presentation is important. We know that. So it probably is a factor for some. So it's not a factor for me, but it probably is a factor for some. And I would just use Drew's recent story about how his friends tuned in and wondered, you know, where's all the big guys? Where's all the monsters? Of course, he could have just been saying that to get some heat. But, you know, could have been a true story as well. I don't know. You'd have to ask Drew. So, them's my thoughts. I think they should just have weight classes, says Corey. Well, yeah, I mean, I've been a campaigner for that. I've mentioned that a few times. Yeah. Because I really think, like, it's hard if you're on the smaller side to go up against an Ober or a Brock. I mean, you just don't stand much of a chance. You know, if you're going up against a Roman or a Brock, I mean, you are the underdog. And we can still do those matches. But I wish there was world titles for smaller guys, like lightweights, that were still recognised as a world title. There isn't one, is there? There's never been one in WWE. There's been a lightweight championship. There's been a cruiserweight championship. There's been like a light heavyweight championship. But they were not recognised as world titles. If you won that, you weren't a one-time, former-time world champion. Why have we not done that? How have they not looked at boxing and UFC and thought, there's something in this? Some of the most profitable performers, fighters, were not the biggest. I mean, I think the biggest pay-per-view ever is Floyd Mayweather against Manny Pacquiao. Both of them tiny in comparison to like a Mike Tyson, in comparison to a Lennox Lewis, you know? Tiny. But yet everyone wanted to watch that because they were so invested. You know, Mayweather with his undefeated streak and his skills. Pacquiao, again, you know, crazy skills. People wanted to see that fight. Did over 4 million pay-per-view buys. I think it's dangerous to just think that small equals bad. I don't mind smaller guys, said Big Time. But I do want larger-than-life characters. I do think it's scary when there's a lot of vanilla small guys. I like them all, but it's a bit rough when it's plagues the show. Well, I don't know. I mean, I like Fraxium. I think they're good. I wouldn't call them vanilla. I think that they work at a good pace. Motor City have not quite landed. I think the creative for them has been poor, but I don't know. It's a slippery slope, and it's a dangerous area because I think it can be easily taken as disrespect, but it's not intended as disrespect. If anything, I'm saying smaller guys are responsible for some of the best pay-per-view buys in history, and I think they should be presented better than they are, than just being underdogs all the time. You know, you do a smaller guy against Roman Reigns, the smaller guy's the underdog. I agree with you. Why can't we have a weight class where there's a championship that is a recognized world title? You win it, you know, and you are a world champion. And you haven't got to beat the giants to get it. Like, you just beat someone that's also really good, that's of a similar size to you. Just like in boxing, just like in UFC, just like in all the other martial arts, Taekwondo and all of that, you know. But hey, we've had that conversation before. I'm sure we'll have it again. The big takeaway is woke is back. That's the big takeaway. That's what's trending right now. And that's certainly what I'm leaving with. So, right, awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. We're back tomorrow. If you want to share more thoughts about wrestling, then you can join us tomorrow, and we will be digging into whatever conversation you want to have. We can do that before Evolve, and then we'll be digging into Evolve. So awesome. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it as always. I'll see you again next time.